just do it. It'll turn out okay. And welcome back to the program, Smith.
Hello.
Today's topic is one about itself.
Well, ever since I watched Deadpool and Wolverine, like, or maybe around that point, I went back through the entire mainline Marvel filmography. So not just the MCU, but like pretty much everything that came before it, like that either got a theatrical release or was intended for theatrical release. So like I didn't do the stuff that was fully meant to be direct to video or like direct to TV or anything. So like I kind of used my own judgment when making that list because there's like a few of the movies I watch are sort of a gray area. But yeah, I watched a total of 77 Marvel movies, ranging from Howard the Duck all the way up to Venom the Last Dance. I did not see Craven in theaters because that was trash, and I didn't have anybody to go with. And, well, Captain America Brave New World is not out yet, but I'll probably see that soon.
Yeah, hopefully I can see it in the. I like to see like some movies in the first week or two, so I can avoid spoilers as much as possible.
Well, that's fair enough.
Because the longer you go, the more you have to avoid stuff. Actually, you really don't care. So, so what brought your interest? What brought this interest about it in binging all the Marvel movies?
Well, it's not the first binge I did for Letterboxd. I mean, I'm not sure. We did a Disney episode sometime last year, and that's my participation in that was stemmed by me doing a binge of the mainline Disney movies, and I followed that up with a binge of the direct-to-video sequels. Like, really, the Marvel binge was sort of a follow-up to that. Like, I've kind of made it to where I just do a big binge of themed movies, though I'm kind of running out of huge subjects. Like, right now, the binge I've elected to do is the 007 movies, but I don't know what I could do after that. But, yeah, that's how the Marvel binge started.
All right, so we get the slideshow up and running.
Yeah.
So, do you have do you care? Do you prefer Marvel over DC? You really not care.
It depends on the medium, kind of. Like, Marvel indisputably has had better movies. Like, DC, most of their live action movies, I mean, there's been a few good ones, but they've been stinkers more often than not. Like, even in the old days, like, people will talk about, like, the old Batman and Superman movies. Well, I have not seen the old Superman movies, but I've heard the first two are decent. Like, Christopher Reeve is iconic as Superman, but like I've heard like mixed feelings as to how well the first two movies have aged, and then 3 and 4 were trash. Batman, well, the first two movies have their moments, but I found Batman Returns has not aged as well as I originally thought. And I remember not being that engaged with Batman 89. And then, of course, Forever. I mean, Forever, like, a friend of mine actually really likes Forever. And Batman and Robin, yeah, that's like a legendary bad movie, but I don't know. It's kind of dumb in kind of enjoyable way. But yeah, like, DC's movies, like, really the only extremely great ones would be like the Dark Knight trilogy, maybe the first Wonder Woman, and then James Gunn's Suicide Squad. But I can't think of too many others that, like, that at least I've seen that have stood out. But Marvel has a lot of movies that have stood out. But if we're talking animation, DC wins the animation scene. Like they had the DCAU, Teen Titans, the Batman, Young Justice, many of their animated movies. Marvel, they have good animated stuff, but not nearly to the extent of DC. And then video games is another area where Marvel wins because the only really notable DC games that are great would be the Batman Arkham series and Injustice.
This is uploading the slideshow is very, very. There it goes.
I think I have a poster that looks like that.
We got a few questions here. Let's see.
I don't. X-Men '97's a show, so I don't think it counts as MCU unless they explicitly had like a multiverse appearance of it. But jumping ahead a little bit, the multiverse saga of the MCU has stumbled quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that in a bit. All right.
I mean, it's had its good moments, but for the most part, it's kind of stumbled.
Well, especially since they had to rewrite the major bad guy of it.
Yeah, for not a very good reason. But that's going to be way ahead.
Yeah. All right. First on your list is
freaking Howard the Duck. Yes, for those uninitiated, this is a Marvel movie. Because Howard the Duck is a Marvel character. He's had like brief appearances in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. But yes, he is a Marvel character, and for some reason, he happens to be the first Marvel character to have ever gotten a theatrically released movie. So, yeah. The best way to describe this movie is that the first half of it, I laughed my ass off. Not because the movie was genuinely funny, but yeah, like the first half of Howard the Duck is like one of those legendary so bad it's good movies. Like it tries to be a genuine comedy, it tries to be a genuine heartfelt drama, and it utterly fails in every respect. And it is at the and it is absolutely hilarious at the movie's expense. You have that stupid janitor guy who tries to speak duck to Howard. Like the woman who becomes his girlfriend going through his wallet, finding explicit stuff. How the woman actually lays down on the couch with him and, gets jiggy with it. There's the fact that this movie has actual duck tits.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah, this movie thinks it's a heartwarming, fun-filled adventure for kids, and it has all of that. And then the second half comes in where it really does try to be a heartwarming, fun-filled adventure for kids, and it is just utterly boring. Like the guy who plays they try to have an actual villain, like they call him the Dark Overlord or something like that, and like the actor playing the Dark Overlord tries, and they do have like good special effects on the monster, but at that point the movie's like a generic sci-fi action flick, and yeah, it's still the same badly executed movie, and it just does not work. Like, the fact that the first half of the movie was so friggin' funny to watch is why I did not give the movie a half star on Letterboxd, so it escapes what I dub the 50 Shades Club. In fact, of all the movies I watched for the Marvel binge, only one movie made it into the 50 Shades Club, but that's way off. And yeah, literally the one thing, like the only other comment I have about Howard the Duck was somebody who played Howard noted they got more fan mail for playing Howard than they did for playing Chucky in Child's Play. I have to wonder how that's possible. And for years, I thought it was Brad Dourif, the guy who voiced Chucky, who made that claim, until I found out no, Brad Dourif had nothing to do with Howard the Duck. The guy who actually made this claim was the suit actor, Ed Gale. Still, I have to wonder, how do you get more fan mail for this?
Now, it's been a long time since I've seen this movie. I can't remember if I saw it at all. I remember seeing parts of it at least. Was there a cameo in here?
No Stan Lee cameo. I'm pretty sure like one of the earliest Stan Lee cameos was in one of the made-for-TV movies of the Hulk, based on like the 70s TV show. But yeah, that's about all I have on Howard the Duck. It's like one of those legendary bad movies, at least for the first half.
And didn't he have an Easter egg in one of the MCU movies?
Yeah, like I said, Howard the Duck appears in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies.
Cool.
Like he has like a brief cameos in like all three of them. Okay, Punisher 89. It's just a schlocky action flick from the 80s. 80s was filled with those. Like, on one hand, the movie did kind of understand the Punisher. I mean, it's schlocky action that's competent, and then it has a villain who's pretty decent, but it also has a lot of flat performances. The action scenes can sometimes look weird because of the editing, and it's kind of a basic schlocky action movie. Like, I mean, if you like those, it's fine, but yeah.
So, do you know anything about the Punisher's history?
The character, I mean, I'm not really well versed in the history of like the actual comic characters. The only thing, it's funny because this is one of two movies I watched for this binge that Marvel themselves actually disowned, and I don't know why this one would be disowned. Like, it doesn't really deserve that. The other one does, but...
So, but was it a good story, this movie?
I mean, it's a schlocky 80s action movie.
Okay.
There's not really much more to it.
Hey, if we were on a tier list, what would you rate these first two movies?
Well, Howard the Duck I gave a single star, and then Punisher 89 I gave 2.5.
Okay.
And this is out of 5.
All right. Hey, if any of these movies you like, tell us in the live chat.
I see one comment that asks, the Punisher looks like Tom Cruise to me. This is actually Dolph Lundgren, who played Ivan Drago in Rocky IV. He also had a lot of schlocky action movies in the 80s. All right, Captain America 1990. I would say of all the movies pre-Blade, this was probably my favorite one. which is not saying much. Like, this movie is not good, but it kind of has a weird, wholesome charm to it, too. Like, it has a pretty stupid plot. It's kind of over dramatic and sappy, and like this version of Captain America is kind of a wimp. Like, he has this thing where he pretends to be sick and like jumps out of a car to like pretend to go throw up, and like once the driver comes out concerned for him, he just runs right back to the car to steal it from them. And he also kind of runs away from fights quite a bit. But at the same time, like, it's so sappy that it's kind of weirdly charming, too. And the guy who plays Captain America in this, Matt Salinger, he tries, like, in areas of his performance. Like, I forget the exact quote, but there's this one part where, like, Red Skull, like, kind of, like, has, like, this villain speech towards him and how, like, nobody cares about, like, patriotism or anything. And then Captain America's one response is, I do. As in to say, I care. And, like, it's delivered with, like, a genuine sincerity.
Yeah, we'll get to in a few 27. We get to the remake movie at MCU, but do you think they did it better in the 2009 version, 2010 version?
Oh, the 2011 movie was way better than this. But like for a 1990 B movie, I mean, it's kind of has its charm. And fun fact, Matt Salinger, who plays Captain America in this, happens to be, I think, he's the son, I think, of J.D. Salinger, who is a famous author known for Catcher in the Rye.
Ooh.
Just a little fun fact there, but... yeah, I don't have much to say for this one. I mean,
Okay.
if you like silly B movies, like this movie has a decent amount of production value for a B movie, and if you like that kind of thing, you might like it. And I mean, it's not hard to find free on YouTube. But yeah. Yeah, you can go ahead. So, the Roger Corman Fantastic Four.
When year did this come out?
1994. So, people have said that until maybe the MCU movie redeems it finally, this is often considered by fans to be the best Fantastic Four movie.
Would you agree?
Actually, no. Like, generally, this is considered the best Fantastic Four movie by virtue of the Tim Story Fantastic Four movies being mediocre and Fantastic being literal dog shit. But yeah, like, I kind of don't agree with that sentiment because, yeah, this movie has, like, a charm to it that's mainly carried by the actors playing the Fantastic Four. Like, if I could give this movie this is so far the most accurate depiction of the Fantastic Four cast that we've gotten. Like, they genuinely act like themselves, and, like, the character moments themselves are what really carry this movie. If you want to come into this movie for comic book stuff, yeah, I personally was not impressed. Because this movie, I mean, they did get a good costume for the Thing. And I feel like that's where most of the budget went, because there was such little time and money elsewhere. Sometimes fight scenes would be out of the question. Like, there's this one scene where like the Fantastic Four like breaks out of like a containment area where they're being kept after they get their powers, and Thing has to knock out a couple of guards. They couldn't film a scene of Thing knocking out the guards. Instead, what they do is they have Thing announce, it's clobbering time or something like that. And literally, the way they accomplish this quote-unquote fight scene is using a twirling effect on the camera, and then it just cuts to the guards already knocked out.
So off-screen fighting.
Off-screen. And yeah, like, and the story is like all over the place too. Like, basically, the Fantastic Four get their powers. Then some douche called the Jeweler gets in the way when the Thing has his girlfriend. And then Doctor Doom is off to the side being like a mustache twirling bad guy until like the climax when suddenly he's like, I'm gonna destroy New York, just to give the movie an ending. And yeah, literally the one thing that makes this movie watchable is that the cast is pretty good. Like, it depends on who you ask what the final fate of this movie was really supposed to be. Like, some people will tell you that it was never intended for release at all, and that it was only produced so that the people who got the rights to the movie could keep the rights by literally making any movie before the rights expired.
So was this after Marvel started selling movie rights to their things?
I think this may have been the start of it.
Right. How was the effects? I mean, how did the Thing look?
The Thing looked fine, but like the rest of the movie had like no effects.
Like
very little.
Like I forget his name, but the flame guy.
Human Torch?
Yeah.
I don't think his effects were that good. Like, it's been a while since I watched this.
About the stretch, Mr. Reed?
I don't think it looked good. The Thing was like the only effect that looked decent.
I guess the last one was Invisible Sue.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I get, part of me gets why people hail this as the best one currently, but like another part of me is like, it's not really the best for me. But yeah, like, this movie is interesting because, like I mentioned, it was never officially released. The only way to watch it is through bootlegs. And whether or not it was actually intended to release depends on who you ask. Some people say it was literally made as filler material so they could claim they did make a movie so they could keep the movie rights. And others were claiming, oh, we were intending for release, but then it was so bad we decided not to release it. Like, it depends on who you ask. We'll probably never have the real answer, but what matters is that a bootleg of the movie got out there so it can be seen.
All right. Enjoy it or not. Up to you. You can find it.
It's pretty easy to find. All right, Blade. This is where Marvel movies really got started. Like, this movie is by no means perfect. Like, it's got some sloppy pacing in a few areas. And I guess you could say the story is not completely engaging, but it's still the first Marvel movie that had a real budget behind it, a talented cast and crew that knew what they were doing. Well, not to diss the casts from the first few movies covered here, but like, basically, this is like the first actual big budget Marvel movie that really deserved it. And no, Howard the Duck doesn't count. But yeah, like, there's some pretty good action scenes here, which is to be expected because Wesley Snipes was a pretty notable action star of the 90s. some of the special effects might be a bit dated, but they still look pretty decent for the time. And yeah, it's not the best story, but it does enough to get you to care. So yeah, that's about what I got for Blade. Like it's still pretty solid to watch overall.
What was your star rating?
4.
Like a B, or high A, low A. I forget how stars are counteract with the grading system.
Well, if you do 4 out of 5, that comes out to like 8 out of 10. So like a B.
All right.
So some people think this movie has not aged well, the original X-Men, but personally, this movie to me is just lightning in a bottle. Like, Blade may have planted the seed originally, but like this was like the real start of like the Marvel movies as we know it. Like, it has a lot of dated effects and corny moments, but like, just think about it. Like, the cast and crew of this movie had only minimal familiarity with the comics, but they still dedicated themselves to executing this in such a great way. You have like all the performances from Hugh Jackman, Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen, like they just nailed it, especially with the central themes that the X-Men are usually centered upon, like discrimination, finding acceptance. And even like the corny moments are still really charming because it just fits the comic book movie feeling. Like, I don't know. I know people often tend to forget about the first X-Men, but I just kind of have a soft spot for it.
Yeah. This is the first one that had Patrick Stewart as Xavier.
Yeah, and Hugh Jackman as Wolverine.
So, you think it still holds up?
Yeah, I gave this movie a 5, but I do concede it's probably the lowest. It's maybe not the lowest 5, maybe the second lowest 5 of everything I've given. But yeah.
Alma likes X-Men on Genesis.
You should try X-Men Mutant Academy. It was made to promote this game. This movie.
The game was made to promote the game.
Mm.
All right. Our first sequel.
Yep. And little fun fact, this was the last movie that didn't actually have a Marvel logo in front of it. Like, you know that Marvel logo that has like the comic pages flipping and then it slowly zooms out and the Marvel logo appears, like that famous one?
Yeah.
This was the last movie to not have that. The next movie was where it was introduced.
So the first X-Men movie didn't have it either?
Yeah, the first X-Men movie didn't have it either.
Oh.
And neither did the first Blade or any of the schlocky movies from before.
Do we have any cameos yet?
Well, Stan Lee had a cameo in the first X-Men, but no cameos in the Blade movies.
So this movie beat what people call the sequel curse? Is it a good sequel?
No, the thing with Marvel movies and sequels is that the pattern that they would usually follow is that the second one would be an improvement on the first one in a lot of ways, and then the third one would be where it tanked. Blade had it, X-Men had it, Spider-Man had it. I don't know if anyone else had it, but that was the pattern in the 2000s. But my opinion with Blade 2 is that Blade 2 is not an all-around improvement on the first movie. It's more of a several steps forward, several steps back kind of thing. Like, it has better visual effects, better action scenes, and has a few fun new characters. But where it takes a step back is that the story is kind of nothing. Like, it's all about, like, these special vampires called the Reapers. And, like, they have good action scenes. As villains for this story, they're not really interesting. Like, the first movie's villains at least had some engagement. Not really here. And also, they bring back Chris Christopherson, rest in peace, as Whistler from the first movie because he gets killed off in the first movie. He gets resurrected here, but then they're meant to be like these character moments about Blade and Whistler's like sort of mentor-mentee relationship. But then it's kind of like an afterthought where the movie doesn't really focus all that much on it. But like, best I can say is that this movie kind of evens out, where it's about as enjoyable as the first one.
So how did they do? How was the resurrection trope in this movie? Was it played out, or was it good?
Well, they don't focus on it that much. That's the thing. Like, they kind of hint that it's gonna be there's gonna have like this character driven stuff, and then they just kind of don't elaborate on it. Like, oh, Whistler's back.
Yeah, because a lot of people aren't a fan of the kill people bringing back later on or next movie thing.
And that's a fair point, because it's lots of times it's cheap. Like, it like lessens the impact of their death originally. Funny considering what Blade does, but that's still going to be a little bit later.
It's probably happened before, but the first one I can remember is the '90s Superman comic thing.
Oh yeah, Death and Return of Superman.
Yeah. So is those little 5 stars for you or lower?
It's 4. All right. The best way I can describe Spider-Man, the first Sam Raimi movie, is basically to compare it to the first Toy Story. Yeah, the effects are dated, but this movie is still a masterpiece. Like, it perfectly does an origin story for Peter Parker becoming Spider-Man. It has a lot of relatable themes, like especially related to Uncle Ben's death and like what happens with Green Goblin. Like, and really, this movie has like this raw, gritty feeling to it at points, like especially during like the last fight with the Goblin, where like you can tell Goblin was not pulling his punches with Spider-Man. Like, there is some heavy like punching in that scene.
Yeah, if you want to hear more details about this, more in depth details, we did a whole series episode on the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man trilogy.
Yeah, that would be better to elaborate.
Right.
Like, and this movie is lovably silly too. Like, there's when he's trying to test out his webbing and like pretty much everything with the Goblin. But it's just so charming. Like, it fits the comic feel.
Do you think the actors were good in these roles?
Oh, yes. Tobey Maguire, Willem Dafoe, Kirsten Dunst, Rosemary Harris, J.K. Simmons.
Was this his first appearance as Jameson? Or was he...
Yes. But yeah, this one I gave a 5. So. Okay, so Daredevil. I know people do not like this movie, but at least if you watch the director's cut, I didn't think it was all that bad. Like, it has its moments where it stumbles. Like, the big thing is when they have Elektra. Like, Elektra's depiction in this movie is divisive, I would say. Like, her establishing moment is when she gets into a fight with Matt Murdock, and it's like, yeah, you know that Matt Murdock is Daredevil, and he's actually a really experienced fighter, but lots of bystanders don't know that, so their first exposure to Elektra and Daredevil is they think this crazy lady is fighting an innocent blind man. And easily the most painful part of the movie is when Bullseye frames Daredevil for killing Elektra's dad. Because it is blatantly obvious Daredevil didn't do it because Elektra was there to witness Bullseye do it. And yet, Daredevil is framed for it because Bullseye happened to swipe Daredevil's staff to perform the killing.
Wasn't this the first appearance of Kingpin in the movies?
Yes, and to get to that, one of the big things that really made this movie hold up was Michael Clarke Duncan playing Kingpin. Like, he was great in the role. Like, and yeah, this version of Kingpin is race swapped, but honestly, this is an example of where race swapping doesn't matter as long as the actor had the talent for it. And Michael Clarke Duncan as Kingpin, like, that really worked out. And then Colin Farrell plays Bullseye, and he's also really great in the role. Like, really, it's the two of them that made the movie pretty fun to watch. Like, the rest of the movie, like, outside the dumb plot beats, like, one last thing with Elektra that really brought the movie down. So, yeah, Elektra thinks Daredevil killed her dad. They have, like, a fight scene, and then she unmasks him and sees it's Matt Murdock. She immediately forgives him just when she sees it's Matt Murdock. And then, of course, she dies right after the Bullseye, like in the comics. But, yeah, like, really, this movie was a relatively competent Daredevil story. Like, not nowhere near the caliber of the Netflix show, but, like, for first bringing Daredevil to the screen, it was fine. Although, you do want to watch the director's cut, because I've heard the original theatrical cut is really not that good. Like, it cuts out a lot of, like, the actual stuff you'd care about. But luckily, from what I understand, it's actually really hard to find a copy of the theatrical cut nowadays, because near the end of 20th Century's life, they were basically just putting the director's cut out there.
So you mentioned the two villains were had good actors. What about the two heroes?
Ben Affleck was fine as Daredevil. And Jennifer Garner was also, like, Jennifer Garner, she tries with Elektra, but it's like they didn't give her very good material, and that's going to be exemplified with a later movie we encounter. Like, it just feels like, yeah, Jennifer Garner was fine as Elektra, but she deserved better.
So what was your star rating of this?
3.5.
Average.
I put it at the bottom of the 3.5s because I was almost going to give it a 3, but it was Michael Clarke Duncan and Colin Farrell that pushed it up to 3.5. All right, X2, there's really not for much for me to say here. It really just takes everything from the first X-Men movie and just improves on it. There's a higher stakes plot, like they go into Wolverine's origin story. They also go they look much deeper into the themes of acceptance and discrimination. There's much better action scenes. Like, generally, I kind of like the road trip plot of it. Like, when Wolverine has to go on the run with Rogue and Iceman. And Stryker was an effective villain. Brian Cox played him really well. The fight between Wolverine and Lady Deathstrike was awesome. Yeah, like, this is one of the best 20th century produced X-Men movies. I mean, there's really not much for me to say on it. Though, curiously, they made a game called X2 Wolverine's Revenge that really had nothing to do with the movie. They just kind of took a generic Wolverine-themed X-Men game and slapped Hugh Jackman on the cover art.
So, in your opinion, was this better, same, or worse than the original X-Men movie?
Better than the original. I give it a 5.
All right. Anything else?
Yeah, I don't have much to say on this one. Like, it's just great. Like, it just takes everything from the first movie. It's all of their central complex themes and makes it better. Okay, our first stinker of the modern era. Like, I can see what they tried to do with Hulk. It was really meant to be a human level tragedy. Like, Hulk is viewed as a monster. Like, Bruce Banner went through a lot of trauma because of what his dad did to him and everything, but I did not care. Like, the experience of watching this movie, the first 40 minutes or so is just dull exposition and Bruce Banner and Betty Ross having the most flat romance you've ever seen.
No chemistry?
No. And then when he actually becomes the Hulk, it's about an hour and a half of occasionally getting a Hulk scene, some stuff of Bruce Banner's dad being him, and Betty trying to protect the Hulk despite General Ross wanting to go after him. And it's like, yeah, this movie is just like, most of the stuff it does when it's not just dull as hell is just weird. Like, Bruce Banner's dad, all the mad science experiments he does, like the Hulk dogs, it's weird. Josh Lucas tries to experiment on the Hulk, and it has promise on paper, but then Josh Lucas ends up being a wimp, and he gets one of the most unintentionally hilarious death scenes ever put to screen.
I may be wrong, but didn't they use this movie as the backstory of the Hulk, the MCU Hulk later on?
Kind of. Like, this movie is not connected to that one, but I do believe, don't quote me on this, the 2008 Hulk movie script, I think, had some leftovers from a planned sequel to this movie. But yeah, the special effects in this movie are not good. Like, lots of the movie is, they try to present the movie in like this comic panel format to try and like emulate a comic book, but it just results in screen clutter. It looks weird.
So
And it's really funny because the effects work that went to the Hulk himself, it was apparently the most demanding project Industrial Light and Magic ever worked on at the time of the movie's release. Like, apparently, I forget the specifics, but they worked so hard to bring the Hulk to life. And in the end, people still complain the Hulk looked fake. They compared him to Shrek.
So was this like, you said this movie just something like we gotta get it out there to keep our movie rights to it?
No, this movie was a genuine effort. And I know the movie has its fans because some people like the psychological aspect of the Hulk that it goes into, but no. Now, there is a lot more action in this movie. Oh, by the way, Alma, fun fact, there's like a YouTube video that like edits the clips of this movie to insert Shrek's face on top of the Hulk. But yeah. Finishing with the effects, there is more action in this movie than the professional review outlets will lead you to believe. It's not very good action though, because like the best way to describe it is that the action is both too slow and like weightless. Like it's like you can tell a decent budget went into it, but like the Hulk destroying things doesn't look all that impressive. And it doesn't help that the military that the Hulk fights in the movie, their best reaction to a giant raging green man coming at them is dull surprise. And it's like the only thing I consistently liked about this movie was Sam Elliott's performance as General Ross. Because if you know the MCU, where General Ross is much more clearly not a nice guy, this one, I kind of have to commend this movie for making General Ross a lot more complex, I could say. Like, General Ross in the MCU and in the comics, I believe, he's after the Hulk for pretty selfish reasons. Like, he wants the... Like, I think part of it is, he thinks Bruce Banner's not good enough for his daughter, and there's also a part of it where he wants to weaponize the Hulk, so, like, he wants, like, access to the Hulk's gamma radiation and everything. This movie, it's like, he doesn't really feel anything personal against Bruce. He just sees the Hulk for what it is, a threat to the public, and he wants to do what's right, especially for his daughter. But at the same time, he also kind of understands that Bruce didn't ask to be the Hulk. He also is a bit more open-minded to Betty wanting to be more pacifist and quelling the Hulk. Like, I don't know. I just kind of like that there was more layers to it.
I guess we'll see what they do with General Ross in next week's movie.
Brave New World, yeah.
All right. So when you rate the start, what was the start movie?
I gave it a 2.
Ah.
So that's like 4 out of 10. All right. So
our first reboot.
I guess you could say, but yeah, like it has a very incredibly formulaic plot. Like John Travolta and his crime family don't really have much depth. It's Thomas Jane's Punisher's on a stock revenge quest. And there's lots of silly cliches, like the comic relief sidekicks. They have an incredibly corny origin story for the Punisher's famous Skull t-shirt. His child son bought it for him as a gift. Like, on one hand, that makes it utterly tragic, but on the other hand, did they really have to give it that corny of an explanation?
So, was this movie better or worse than the original Punisher?
Way better. Like, despite what I just said, this movie actually is really enjoyable. It's got good action scenes. The cast give committed performances. And Thomas Jane, I'm just going to say, he was robbed. He should have got a sequel to this, and he didn't. Like, at the very least, we know he's still involved with the Punisher character. Like, Daredevil Born Again is going to have John Bernthal's Punisher again, and apparently John Bernthal retrained himself for the role with Thomas Jane helping him. which was actually really sweet to hear. But yeah, Thomas Jane's he really plays an excellent Punisher. Like, he sells the man with nothing to lose vibe really well. And there is an extended cut of this movie that gives it a bit more emotional weight because it adds like a subplot that kind of expands upon the hit on Punisher's family. But unfortunately, it's kind of hard to track down that extended cut. Like, it's only on DVD. But yeah, I will say I kind of wish they got Thomas Jane for Deadpool and Wolverine, especially since they mention him more or less in that movie.
And what was your rating?
I gave it a 4.
Not up to that.
What?
I was gonna say. So what dragged it down to you from a 5 to a 4? Oh,
well, it would be that the movie has a formulaic plot and silly cliches.
all right.
Well, Spider-Man 2, again, we discussed it more on another episode. But yeah, it's just a legendary movie. Like, just like X-Men before it, like, it took everything from the first Spider-Man and just made everything better. It has much better effects. And really the big thing that makes this movie endearing for me is just how it kind of deconstructs the superhero genre, like, in a way that means something. Like, it shows that Peter's role as Spider-Man's important, but it also shows that hero work is not all sunshine and rainbows for their personal life. Like, you see how being Spider-Man just utterly stresses out Peter Parker. Like, his personal life is a total wreck. He can't hold down a job. He's struggling in school. He's not there for his friends and family when they need him. And not to mention, you've got skeptics like the Daily Bugle that make him question if it's really worth it in the end.
I might be wrong, but I think this is the movie where people start disliking Kristen's portrayal of the MJ character.
I mean, I guess I could see it, but like, really the one problem with Mary Jane's portrayal in this movie is that, well, they don't get, like, she's supposed to be marrying John Jameson. If I had to nitpick this movie, it's that John Jameson didn't get a whole lot. Like, it wasn't they didn't mean to he was not at all meant to be the focus, which is why I don't dock the movie too much for this, but he gets, like, no screen time. So you get no understanding of why Mary Jane's into him. But the fact that Mary Jane is with him and not Peter, well, it makes sense because, again, his personal life is such a wreck that he's not there for her when she needs it.
So, better or worse than the first Tobey Maguire movie?
Better. It's also a 5 for me.
All right.
Okay, another stinker. Like, I don't think this movie is as bad as some people say, but it's still not very good. Like, the plot of this movie is, like, near non-existent. So Dominic Purcell plays a version of Dracula in this movie. I could not for the life of me figure out what he wanted to do in this movie. Something to do with a human extinction? Like, this movie could not pick a story arc to stick with. First, it tries to toy with the idea that Blade might be going a bit too far with, like, his vampire hunting work when he starts killing humans. And then the movie kind of forgets about that because Blade's hideout gets raided and Whistler dies again in a very anticlimactic death. And I will give the movie credit. Blade has like a war cry when his hideout gets destroyed, and this little war cry he has is like one of the funniest things I've seen. Like, it is so dumb.
So do you think this wraps up the trilogy? This in the trilogy? Does this wrap it up good?
No. Like, yeah, they introduced this group called the Night Stalkers. This is where Ryan Reynolds' character comes in. And they do random crap. Blade does random crap with the Night Stalkers and fighting off Dracula, or I guess. And then this random blind woman and her kid are suddenly important to the plot. And then the blind woman dies, and like the climax is about rescuing the kid, I think, because the kid just disappears. And then they try to have like this kind of sort of arc where Dracula wants Blade to embrace his vampire side more. And then the movie doesn't do much with this either, because Blade apparently becomes more vampire, but also not really. Like, the movie has some decent performances. Like, Ryan Reynolds is a pretty big show stealer whenever he's on screen. And it's not helped by how Wesley Snipes was apparently really, really difficult to work with in this movie. Like, I don't think he wanted David S. Goyer, I think, was the director of this movie, and my understanding is that Wesley Snipes did not like him, not one little bit. And yeah, he was incredibly difficult. Like, my understanding is the only shots in the movie where you're really seeing Wesley Snipes are close-ups. So, like, lots of the action scenes and whatnot are just his stunt double. And more famously, or infamously, the final shot of the movie has Blade with his eyes closed, and the shot of this shot is like implying Blade is dead, but then he opens his eyes. Wesley Snipes was so stubborn, he would not open his eyes. So they had to CG his eyes open, and it looks stupid. Like, yeah, this was not a good movie. I gave it a 2 only because most of the rest of the cast did try. It's just, this movie was a mess.
So you think the star wasn't trying, didn't care at this point?
Yeah, Wesley Snipes, like, it's not that he didn't care, it's that he didn't like the production team he was saddled with, and he decided to take it out on them.
All right.
Oh boy. This is in the bottom 5 of the movies, by the way.
Yeah, another our second of let's bring back a dead character.
Like, this movie is effing incompetent with its story. So, Daredevil ended with us the setup for an Elektra spinoff practically gift wrapped for them. Like, yeah, Elektra gets killed by Bullseye in the movie, but they do leave the implication that she may be still alive somewhere. And Bullseye is clearly shown to have survived Daredevil's events. So, literally, they had a story for them right there. Elektra goes after Bullseye to get revenge. Nope, they don't go with that. Instead, they go with this completely unrelated story where Elektra has to protect some kid from the Hand. Like, and they also try to go with this stupid story arc where Elektra has this inner rage inside her that she has to conquer, except she doesn't really come off as rageful or anything like that. And we get Terrence Stamp, I think his name is. He plays Stick in this movie. It's funny because Stick is supposed to be involved with Daredevil's backstory, but he did not appear in Daredevil. And yeah, Stick is portrayed to be as this moral superior to Elektra, but because Elektra is not even really all that angry or like rageful or anything, he just comes off as an asshole to her. And yeah. And it's funny because when Stick appeared in the MCU, the Marvel Netflix stuff, he's an asshole there, except they did it on purpose. And he's a better character. Like, really, the only value of this movie is that occasionally you get a decent action scene. And, like, again, Jennifer Garner really tries to sell the material, but this movie just stinks.
I think it was bad writing, bad directing.
Bad writing, bad directing. Yeah, like, this was a 1.5, only because I kind of wanted to be nice to Jennifer Garner because...
So she's the one. So she's the one that brought up from a 1 to 1.5.
Yeah.
All right. So better or worse than the
worse
Daredevil?
Than Daredevil.
Right.
Daredevil was 3.5. So this one, most people probably wouldn't know about because I watched this because even though it was ultimately aired straight to TV in the United States, it was intended for theaters and I think did get released in a few international territories. But this movie, it was just bad. Like, Lionsgate, they distributed this movie just like they distributed Punisher, the Thomas Jane one. Like, kudos to them for realizing this was not good enough for theaters. Like, this movie, like, it was bad. Like, the Man-Thing CGI sticks out like a sore thumb. Like, you can tell it's fake. The acting is, like, serviceable at best, but most of it is just bad. The movie tries to be like a horror movie, like it has like some slasher kills, but because of the bad Man-Thing effects, like it doesn't really deliver. The story is not engaging. It's like your basic, oh, instead of saving the rainforest, we gotta save the swamp.
This is the first Marvel character I've never heard of before.
Well, Man-Thing is a pretty obscure character. Like, basically, it's the Marvel counterpart to Swamp Thing. Funny, consider, like, a friend of mine pointed this out. Both Marvel and DC could not execute a swamp-related creature in live action because they tried making a Swamp Thing TV show for HBO Max, and that apparently also stunk. But, yeah, like... And then the main character in this movie is like this sheriff dude. He's just an idiot. Like, he gets into this underbaked romance, like this tree hugger lady who's like the secondary character. And this sheriff dude keeps trying to actively sabotage the one guy who's actually trying to set things right with the Man-Thing. And literally the only things that save this from being half a star is that the swamp environment can be kind of creepy at times. And there's a character called Renee, the one guy who's trying to set things right. He is the only cast member who was actually trying here. That barely gives this movie a 1. But it is the second worst movie that I watched for this.
Have we seen the worst yet, or still coming?
It's still coming. This movie is frustrating. it starts off promising, then it falls off a cliff during the middle part, and then it kind of redeems itself at the end. Like, the big problem with this movie, well, maybe I'll list the positives first. Like, the cast really does try.
We see the debut of a future Marvel star.
Yeah, Chris Evans as Human Torch, but easily the show stealer is Michael Chiklis as the Thing. Like, it was legitimately awesome that he decided to pull off the Thing entirely with practical effects. Like, he fought back against executives who just wanted to use CG. And really, the Thing story is like the biggest thing you can get attached to in here. Like, him being insecure about his appearance is actually pretty sad to see. And Michael Chiklis really does sell it with his performance. But yeah, people joke this movie is the Fantastic Four movie where they do absolutely nothing. And in some ways, that's apt. The entire middle part of the movie is just Mr. Fantastic trying to make a machine that will get rid of the Fantastic Four's powers. And the problem with the movie is they do very little to show him making progress. Like, that's why this movie has, like, no substance to it. And also, the thing with Doctor Doom in this movie is it felt like they were ripping off Spider-Man because Doctor Doom's backstory in this feels like they were ripping off Green Goblin, like him losing his company and everything.
Was it? Didn't no, this was Fox, not Sony, right?
Yes.
So was this better or worse than the earlier Fantastic Four movie we talked about?
I mean, not gonna lie, while the characterization of the Roger Corman movies, Fantastic Four, was better, this one had me a bit more engaged, if only because there was an actual budget behind it and effort. Like, the beginning and ending of this movie do genuinely work. Like, the lead up to them getting their powers and them actually getting their powers, it works. And, like, the ending set piece where, like, they fight Doctor Doom, that works too. The problem is the middle part. And it doesn't help that it feels like entire chunks of this movie's story are missing. Like, one of the things that brings down the Thing story a little bit is you have Laurie Holden playing his girlfriend, like his first one that dumps him. That one doesn't get the development it needs because you first see her when she reacts to seeing the Thing. You don't get anything with her before he becomes the Thing. And then the next time you see her is when she dumps him. That's it. And then, yeah, like, it feels like, and then chunks of, like, Mr. Fantastic's development feel like they're missing. And then I come to find out there is an extended cut of this movie that's only on DVD. And I don't have that DVD. So eventually I have to track that DVD down and see if the extended cut fixes anything. But yeah, I gave this a 2.5 only because it felt like there was effort behind it, but like it's the middle part of the movie that like really brings it down. Also, one more problem. The only kind of sort of action scene in the middle of the movie is like when they're on the bridge and then Thing accidentally causes like a car pile up and everything. A story problem with there is why would the public be cheering the Fantastic Four on for saving the people there when they kind of caused the incident too?
So you mentioned you mentioned the Things actor was thing. What about the other other major actors, the stars and the villain?
I mean, Chris Evans was successful at playing Human Torch as a jackass. and then I can't pronounce the names of the well. Let me see. Jessica Alba was fine as Invisible Woman, and I cannot pronounce the actor who played Mr. Fantastic's name, but he was fine too. And then Julian McMahon was kind of fine as Doctor Doom. Alright, so this is the first of 2 threequels that I honestly think is overhated to death.
Overhated?
Yeah, because X-Men The Last Stand has gotten absolute hatred from people, and it's like, yeah, this is the weakest of the 3 original X-Men movies. Like, its big problem is how they try shoehorning in the Dark Phoenix story when it really has no place here.
So is overhated the opposite of overrated?
Overhated is the opposite of overrated, yeah. Another phrase for overhated is underrated. But yeah, like, the central mutant cure storyline ties itself really well to the franchise's usual themes, and it's like it presents a lot of complex questions. Like, Professor X tries to teach all his students that they should embrace who they are as mutants, but there's gonna be confused individuals that are frightened by the discrimination, the question of how they view themselves, or combination of both, and then they see that cure as a chance to fix themselves. And there's a lot of like real life allegories you could tie that to. Like a friend of mine likes tying it to LGBT rights, like how like, and of course I can't speak for that because I don't fall under that umbrella, but I do have to wonder, are there some gay folks out there that had similar emotions to what some of the mutants in this movie feel with the mutant cure story? Like, that's just sort of like a real life allegory that you can kind of think about. But yeah, like, all the cast gives their A game with the material. Like, even with like some of the sloppier stuff, like how they try to insert the Dark Phoenix stuff. Also, your mileage may vary with how they handle Rogue and Cyclops, but I mean, they did fine. The actors did. So, yeah, I gave this one a 4.
So, but do you said it was underrated? So you think it was better than the first 2 or worse?
It's still weaker than the first 2.
What?
This one has a bit of a cult following. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know why. Like, I don't know what people see in this movie. Like, do they think it's good just because Nicolas Cage gets hammy at a few moments? No. To me, that doesn't make it enjoyable. Like, there's not that much of a plot. So Johnny Blaze unwillingly sells his soul to Mephisto. Then he gets called on to deal with Blackheart. And that's about it.
Yeah.
They also shoehorn in a girlfriend who gets ungodly horny for him for some reason. And also, they have him sort of being mentored by a previous Ghost Rider, but then that becomes like a wasted opportunity. Like, they do the deal with the devil stuff decently well. Like, Mephisto and Blackheart in this movie are pretty well depicted. Like, I can give the movie that. And Mephisto makes himself out as a bastard from the get-go. Like, the way he meets Johnny Blaze is, so Johnny's dad is dying of cancer, and Mephisto offers him a deal to sell his soul so that he can cure the dad's cancer. And then, of course, yes, you were going to say, sorry.
Okay. I never knew this was actually Mephisto from the comic. I thought this was just the devil.
Well, no, he's meant to be Mephisto.
Oh.
Because Mephisto is very central to Ghost Rider in the comics, I believe.
Okay, I didn't know they actually spelled it out that was who he was in this movie.
I think they're a little vague about it, but the idea is that he is Mephisto. No, it would be the sequel that kind of overrides that, but we'll get to that. So, yeah, of course Mephisto is a bastard because he kills Johnny's dad, and Johnny's dad ends up dying anyway. And here's one of my big problems with the movie. The entire movie acts like Johnny committed a heinous sin by making this deal with Mephisto, when it wasn't Johnny's fault. Like, legit, the way he makes this deal, Mephisto comes with, like, the parchment that, like, outlines, like, the contract of selling his soul and everything. All Johnny does is hesitantly look at it without giving an answer. And then when he cuts himself on the parchment, a drop of blood goes onto the parchment, and Mephisto's like, I'll take that as a yes. And the entire rest of the movie acts like Johnny did that willingly. No, he did not.
Did you ever watch the portrayal of Ghost Rider from the Shield series?
No, the only thing I know about the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. portrayal is that he was Robbie Reyes, who was the second Ghost Rider. Most of my exposure to Robbie Reyes as Ghost Rider would be in the game Marvel's Midnight Suns. Great game, by the way. Anybody who's watching this who likes strategy RPGs, I highly recommend Marvel's Midnight Suns. Made by the people who did XCOM. So, yeah. Then, like, again, the romance subplot is just dumb because Johnny just leaves her without saying a word when he makes the deal with the devil. And then they sort of rekindle, and then he doesn't show up because Ghost Rider stuff. And she gets so ungodly horny that she legit wants to ask the waiter at the restaurant she got stood up at if basically she low-key asks the waiter if he wants to bang with her. She is so desperate for sex. And then the biggest waste of talent here was when they had Sam Elliott come in to play Carter Slade, who is the previous Ghost Rider. Like, they set him up as a mentor to Johnny, and legit, as they're going to the climax, Slade teams up with Johnny. They both take their Ghost Rider forms. Obviously, Johnny's got his motorcycle. Slade's on a horse. Like a complete flaming skeleton horse. It's awesome to look at. They ride out, and like it's building up to how there's going to be a big climactic fight scene where the two of them are Ghost Rider. Right as they get to the site of the final battle, Carter Slade looks at Johnny Blaze and goes, "Oh, by the way, I used up my Ghost Rider juice. Have fun." Disappears.
Like, you're on your own, kid. Bye.
Pretty much. Yeah, like, what puts this movie above, like, Hulk 2003, Blade Trinity, and whatnot, is that it does have a couple of cool scenes, like, particularly when you do see Johnny Blaze in his Ghost Rider form. They got decent usage of demonic imagery, and yeah, Nicolas Cage hams it up a couple of times. And again, Mephisto and Blackheart were at least decently portrayed. But yeah, I don't see what people see in this movie. It gets like a low. Is it like a low end? Yeah, a low end 2.5.
All right. Spider-Man 3.
Again, I think this movie gets overhated, but then again, that could be because we now have the editor's cut that fixes some of its problems
Mm.
that it had during the theatrical release. Like, again, some of the silliness in this movie, like, I'm sure we elaborated this in the other podcast episode, but like the Bully Maguire scenes and like lots of the silliness that's here, it's about the same level of silliness the first two movies had, and like it's got that same charm for me.
Yeah.
The multiple storylines clashing with each other, while it's not as bad as some people make it out to be, like they continue off threads from the previous movies, like what happens with Harry Osborn, like Sandman's story arc's pretty well handled. Like maybe they falter a bit with Venom, but like it hits the beats that it needs to. Like legit, there were two, and then sorry. Probably the one area they stumbled with Harry's story arc was the infamous Butler scene. But guess what? I didn't watch that because the editor's cut actually removes it.
But were they like this is, oh, by the way, I've known your father was this whole time. I didn't tell you.
Yeah, it is a legitimately stupid scene in the theatrical cut, but the editor's cut, it removes the Butler scene in favor of Harry deciding to go help Peter on his own. He decides it on his own after like he looks through his wrecked apartment, and then he comes across like a high school photo of him with Peter and Mary Jane, and like he like kind of tearfully mourns like the friendship they once had, and he decides on his own that he goes to help Peter.
I think also that this movie, for a lot of people, it also continued the wishy-washy Mary Jane character. Her wishy.
I mean, Mary Jane's character arc has like reason here, and I would say there is one reason why the Mary Jane stuff is painful for people, and I don't think it's Mary Jane herself.
I blame the writing myself, but
what I blame is Gwen Stacy. Because they shoehorned Gwen Stacy into this movie when she was completely unnecessary. Like, she is only in this movie to force that wishy-washy conflict between Peter and Mary Jane.
Yeah, the Gwen Stacy. They did Gwen Stacy much better in the upcoming movie.
Yes. Like, I will give it irony. I don't know if I pointed this out in the original episode. Kirsten Dunst is naturally blonde, and Bryce Dallas Howard, who plays Gwen Stacy, is naturally a redhead. They are reversed in this movie, with Kirsten Dunst playing a redhead and Bryce Dallas Howard playing a blonde. But yeah, like Gwen Stacy was pointless to this movie. She's there for Peter and Mary Jane to forcibly be in conflict. And she's also there to give Eddie Brock another reason to hate Peter, an extra reason he didn't even need. Like, Peter has this horrifically out-of-character moment where he decides to kiss Gwen in front of the whole crowd with Mary Jane watching. And then later when they have dinner, he can't even properly explain it. Like, they just painfully force him and Mary Jane to be in conflict even before he even has the black suit.
Oh, so this was even the
yeah, it was before he had the suit. And yeah, like if you cut Gwen out of the movie, they could have prevented some of those writing decisions. Oh, the thing with the 90s cartoon is that it's like the definitive black suit portrayal. Like, the black suit in the comics was incredibly different. In fact, Spider-Man 3 got some of its story beats out of the 90s cartoon. Like, namely, like, the bell tower, like, the shot of him webs like upside down, looking at himself, his reflection in the building. Like, the 90s cartoon is more influential than people give credit. Like, and one more thing with Gwen Stacy being pointless, like with Eddie Brock. Like, all Eddie Brock needed to hate Spider-Man and Peter Parker was his career getting ruined. He didn't need a girl that he went out for coffee once on that list. But yeah, like, other than that, I did overall like the stories in this movie. Like, Sandman's got pretty powerful stuff. Like, the Harry Osborn stuff is mostly fine, and the Peter and Mary Jane stuff, like, outside the painful writing, like, they do have an interesting dynamic now that Mary Jane knows Peter is Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I heard some people don't like. God, I can't remember his name, but his real name, but the guy that played Eddie.
Topher Grace.
Yeah.
It's like, again, they, like, the whole inserting Gwen Stacy into his story was just clunky and forced. But at the same time, like, they probably shouldn't have done Venom in this movie, but for what little screen time they give him, I mean, he was fine.
Was this the movie? Was this the movie? Was this why he quit the last season of 70s show that you know?
I don't know. I haven't watched that 70s show, but I mean, a friend of mine gifted me the box set, so I do have to watch it eventually.
Yeah, I know. All I know is he left the last season. I don't know. This was the reason why the actor left. Ooh, Alma has a fun fact.
Oh, nice. Yeah, this one I gave 3.5. I was gonna give it a 4, but nah, like, the writing problems, like, it brings it down to 3.5.
Yeah. I mentioned this in the thing, but watching this movie at the time made me not want to watch the next two Spider-Man movies, so I didn't watch them until way later.
Nah.
It burned me out in Spider-Man. That is my personal thing at the time.
Like, I do wish we got a Spider-Man 4, but, like, eh.
Oh, that and the fact that I knew it had Gwen Stacy in it, but we'll get to that when we get to it.
Yeah. So, this one is what I consider to be the best Fantastic Four movie. And believe me, the competition for that title is not stiff at all. You have a stupid B movie, a movie that feels kind of unfinished, and it's story-wise anyway, and literal trash as the competition. And this movie is still not good. Like, it's more of a turn your brain off and have fun kind of thing. Like, I give this movie credit for at least having a story that's a bit more focused. It has a lot more action scenes, and it does give the Fantastic Four a decent character arc. But at the same time, lots of the plot beats are stupid. Like, you have this general dude who trusts Doctor Doom way too easily. Then there's Galactus's portrayal, and how Silver Surfer had the power to beat Galactus the whole time. And then they also shoehorn in this element where Johnny Storm is able to switch powers with the team members, and then the movie forgets about that until the climax. Like, yeah, like, this movie is just kind of dumb fun if you're willing to turn your brain off. It helps that the Silver Surfer is at least pretty cool looking. So, yeah, the only other comment I have is, how did this movie get away with a PG rating? because most Marvel movies are rated PG-13, and yet this movie felt like it didn't do anything different to tone itself down.
Oh, well, especially since they had a what's it called? They had the uh, it was censored obviously, but the naked Sue scene.
Oh yeah, and some of the violence in this movie is PG-13 level, so.
So you think the actors did a good job again in this movie?
Yeah. They had a much better dynamic in this movie too. Like you can kind of see like sort of the family the feeling they're supposed to have.
See, I think the plot line going through this movie, besides the Silver Surfer one, was the wedding plot line.
Yeah. It has a pretty funny Stan Lee cameo there, where Stan Lee shows up as himself, and the guy checking the list is like, "What's your name?" Stan Lee. Yeah, right, buddy. Let's go. Oh, no, really, I'm Stan Lee.
You said the first movie had the middle part was the bad part. What about the three parts of this movie?
Just in general, like it kind of stays, it kind of stays the same throughout. Like I gave this one a low end 3.
All right.
Well, we finally arrived at the start of the MCU.
I did not know this came. We talked about it earlier. I did not know this was one of the less known properties of Marvel until this at the time.
Well, I knew about Iron Man at the time, thanks to stuff like Marvel Ultimate Alliance and the '90s Spider-Man.
Yeah, I knew it from too, but I thought everyone knew about Iron Man, but apparently a lot of people didn't.
Well, yeah, like I'm pretty sure we did an episode on the MCU movies.
Yeah,
So
we did one on this trilogy too. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, like so I'm not gonna go too into detail with the MCU outings because we covered it already. So I'm just going to try and make my thoughts really brief on the MCU stuff if I have anything significant to say. I mean, that said, more recent MCU stuff I will go more into because I don't think that was in the original episode. But the movie's a good origin story for Iron Man, and it also helps that this movie really doesn't feel like a dime a dozen MCU flick yet. It does feel like a Marvel movie of old in a lot of ways.
So doesn't like the
Yeah,
MCU.
Alma does not like the MCU. So, but yeah, this one I gave a 4.5. It's a nice origin story, and it was the start of something that, for better or worse, was grand.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it's better than the 2003 movie, but that's really not saying much. Like, I know some people who like the 2003 one don't like this one because they don't have much of the psychological aspect, but I think what I do appreciate about this movie is that it shows the side of the Hulk we haven't seen in years. Like, when Hulk started, it was all about the tragedy. It's about how Bruce Banner is always on the move from the military. Betty is much more at odds with General Ross. And the Hulk is viewed as a monster by the public. Like, in general, this movie does a pretty good job illustrating just how much the Hulk's life sucks. And on that level, it's I mean, I don't think this movie is like anything special. Like, it's just a basic story of like Bruce Banner pursuing a lead to try and cure the Hulk, and then you have General Ross wanting to weaponize the Hulk. Like, it's a basic story, but I mean, it works.
And at the end, they tease the villain that we never got to see again.
Oh, speaking of that, Captain America Brave New World is supposedly going to finally follow up on this movie. So, what he's talking about is Tim Blake Nelson playing the leader. Like, we get a brief shot of him mutating into the leader, but then they never followed up on it. But they did say he's going to be in Captain America Brave New World playing the leader finally. And we also have Liv Tyler coming in to play Betty Ross again.
Now, do you know what happened to the issues with this actor that played Hulk? Why he was in the
Edward Norton. The reason why he didn't come back in later movies is because he was really difficult to work with. Like, Edward Norton is one of the most famously difficult to work with actors in Hollywood. And the funny thing is, Edward Norton, I think, was a studio stunt casting. Apparently, they wanted Mark Ruffalo from the beginning. And they only got to cast him in Avengers after Norton left.
Now, this was the first Marvel working with somebody else thing, since they owned the rights to Hulk at the time.
Yeah, Universal distributed this movie just like they distributed Hulk 2003. And yeah, Universal seemed to enter an indefinite deal where Marvel Studios could use the Hulk as long as it wasn't a movie. A solo movie, that is. That's why Hulk was appearing in so many movies that didn't have the Hulk name in it. My understanding is that Universal didn't finally release their death grip on the Hulk movie rights until 2023.
So 2 years ago.
Yep. And the last thing to really mention with this movie is it has a pretty badass ending scene, which showcased they really were serious about making the MCU a thing, with Robert Downey Jr. making a surprise appearance as Iron Man. Well, specifically Tony Stark. But yeah, this one I gave a 3.5. It's fine.
Was that better or worse than the 2003?
Way better.
The third Punisher.
You can't see it, but this one gave me a freaking shit-eating grin on my face. This movie is not good, but it is pretty freaking funny. Like, if you like gory action, this movie's for you. And also, this movie has some of the most hilarious villains I've seen.
So is this your favorite of the three Punisher movies?
No, the Thomas Jane one is my favorite one. This one, it's better than the 89 one, only because it's more so bad it's good. Like, the actual story is kind of forgettable, even though it's competently put together. But, like, so the villain in this movie is a gangster called Jigsaw, and he also has, like, a lunatic brother. Both of them are very much auditioning to play the Joker. And, yeah, like, there is so many silly scenes. Like, the thing with Jigsaw is that his face is all mutilated, and his face gets his body gets mutilated when Punisher throws him, like, into this machine that's, like, shredding glass bottles. And Jigsaw, while his body is in the middle of getting his entire body shredded, the only thought he has is, my face! My beautiful face! I think you would have more concerns beyond your face.
Ruin my body, but not my face.
And yeah, and then he gets his brother out of an insane asylum, and the brother has like this insane, what I like to call the yummy speech that he delivers to his caretaker before killing him. And then my favorite dumb scene in the movie is they're at like the house of like this cop that got killed by Punisher on accident. That's like what Punisher does for most of the movie. He angsts about it. So Jigsaw and the brother are at the house because they're like looking for like some kind of safe, looking for something. And when they don't find it, Jigsaw flips his shit. And then the brother goes to the little girl's dolls and he starts executing them like it's a hostage line. I'm not gonna lie, I laughed my ass off seeing that. It was so freaking dumb. And also, the only other thing I could really note is that they kind of make Punisher into a superhero in this movie. Like, he shrugs off a lot of damage to his body, and he's able to snap necks with, like, no effort. And at one point, he manages to punch a guy's skull in with just a single punch. But yeah, like the story is forgettable. I mean, it does its purpose, and like this movie is not good, but it is like combine the stupidity with the gory action, and it can be a pretty fun riot.
For those wondering, we have reached the 1/3 mark of our review.
Oh my. And then it's been an hour and a half. You think we could do the whole thing today?
Up to you. If you want to do that, you want to or take a break and try this in the future.
I mean, I'm not going to take too long with the MCU outings, so we'll see. All right. So this one, when most people talk about this one, it mainly amounts to, look at how they massacred Deadpool. There is a lot more wrong with this movie. Like, the best way to describe this movie is that it's a mess. It's too many ideas clashing with each other, canceling themselves out. Like, it's called X-Men Origins Wolverine, and a good chunk of it is not about the origin of Wolverine.
Was this supposed to be like a series that they origin all the X-Men?
Yeah, like it was meant to be a sub-series. The only other planned entry that had its title revealed was X-Men Origins Magneto, which was eventually repurposed into X-Men First Class. But yeah, like, this movie is just a mess. Like, they shoehorn in so many plot lines. Sabretooth gets butthurt about Wolverine leaving, and then he kills their old unit out of revenge. And then it turned out apparently Stryker ordered him to do so out of nowhere. Then Cyclops is in the plot just so they can connect him to Wolverine's girlfriend story. And Wolverine's girlfriend, Kayla, she dies at the start of the movie. She's suddenly back in the movie, revealing that she faked her death so he would save her sister or something. I don't know what to tell you. And yeah, Stryker recruits Wolverine to hunt down Sabretooth, but then it's really just a trick because, remember, Stryker is actually working with Sabretooth. And it's like, yada, 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 yada. Oh, there's not just the Weapon X program, there's also Weapon 11 that makes makes not Deadpool into that stupid looking thing that the Deadpool movies would make fun of. Like, this movie's a mess. That's the best way I can sum it up. Like, I have to give it credit because the cast members really did try. Like, Liev Schreiber plays Sabretooth here, and he was robbed. Like, he deserved to come back to play Sabretooth in a better movie. And yeah, like, really, what saves this movie was the performances. Like, even Ryan Reynolds, before they staple his mouth shut, he was fine. And the movie does also get bonus points for the game it spawned. X-Men Origins Wolverine Uncaged Edition on the PS3 and the 360. Like, I gave this one a 2.
Is that the lowest of the X-Men, of this X-Men?
So far, yeah, but it's not the lowest X-Men movie, period. There's one more X-Men movie I put beneath it, but we will get to that much later.
All right.
Iron Man 2, it was fine. Don Cheadle was better as War Machine. Black Widow was pretty awesomely established. I kind of liked how Happy Hogan got a fight scene. Villains are pretty forgettable, though. And really, this movie's by the numbers. It's fine. I think this movie kind of gets overhated a bit. I remember in high school, my class really loved it. That said, they also loved other crap, like the infamous explosive ending of I Am Legend. But
yeah, for some reason, people do not like the movies that have Jane Foster in them.
Well, there's good reasons for later on, but this movie didn't really deserve it. Like, it is a very bog standard hero's journey type story, but it's still a decently executed hero's journey story. Like, it has like this Shakespearean quality to it that I feel like kind of works. Like, I don't know, like, this movie does a good job establishing Thor. So this one gets 4. Iron Man 2 got 3.5. X-Men Origins got 2. Like, yeah, this one I feel like deserves a bit more attention.
I could be wrong. I don't think they. Oh no, they did. And in the first one, Iron Man 2 is the first time I think that they tease a future movie, and they tease Thor.
Yeah, they did tease Thor in this one, and Iron Man 2, yeah. But yeah, that's all I got for Thor. Okay, X-Men First Class was a very nice return to form for the series. Like, they have like the usual themes of like discrimination and finding acceptance. They put it against the backdrop of the Cold War. And it's a pretty engaging story of conflict between people of different interests. Like, they tie like Professor X and Magneto's differing views, and like they parallel it to like the US and Soviet Union during the Cold War. And I mean, James McAvoy and Michael Fassbender were iconic playing the younger Professor X and Magneto.
I might be misremembering, but is this where they tried to reboot the timeline in the original movies?
Sort of, but not yet.
All right.
But yeah, X-Men First Class is really good A-tier material. Like, I gave it a 5.
One of the better X-Men movies.
Yeah, like, of all the X-Men movies, this is the third highest rated one I put here. All right, so the first Captain America, it's solid. It's basically just a World War II story with Captain America in it. Like, it's kind of bog standard. Like, it has like a little bit of sci-fi fantasy elements. But Really, the show-stopping thing would be Chris Evans as Captain America. Like, he embodies Captain America really well, like his stubborn commitment at saving people, pushing through situations he shouldn't be able to push through, but he does anyway. Like, it's solid.
I think this. I'm be wrong, but I think this is one of the first movies that they had of reverse CGI, where they made him look.
Where they made him look all skimpy and weak, yeah. But yeah, this one I gave a 4, so it's solid. A stinker.
Even worse than the first one?
Even worse than the first one. The best way to describe this movie is noise. It's pretty much just noise. There's, like, no plot. It's basically just Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider protecting some kid who happens to have demonic powers. Oh, Mephisto, he technically comes back, but oh, he's not Mephisto this time. This time, he's Rourke. And Rourke, air quotes, is a freaking wimp. Like, he wants this kid to do some demonic ritual. And, yeah, this movie is just an excuse plot. Like, it has almost nothing to do with the first one. It even retcons Johnny Blaze's origin story to firmly establish, yes, he did make the deal of his own accord. And it's like, there's some visually interesting action scenes, and they're not exactly fun to watch because everything is so one-sided in Ghost Rider's favor. Like, pretty much nobody can stop him. Not even like this dude they try to introduce who looks like a decaying corpse and like he can make people's flesh rot from touching them, but then Ghost Rider beats him like no effort. Even Rourke, the devil himself, has like no chance against Ghost Rider. It is just weak. Like, there's only 2 things that make this movie semi-watchable. One is that Nicolas Cage hams it up even more compared to the first one. And second is that Idris Elba's in this movie, and he tries. But he's not in the movie for long. Like, so really, the big thing you're going to get from this is hammy acting.
So the only good thing about this movie was Nicolas Cage, you think?
Yeah, his hammy acting. And Idris Elba for his brief screen time. But this movie's just bad. Like a 1.5. Just for the hammy acting. So, this movie, yeah, doesn't feel so special anymore, but it's legendary for the fact it even happened. Like, I like the solo arcs for each of the Avengers. Like, the MCU silly humor, like, really started here, but it actually feels natural here, whereas later movies we're going to discuss, I have a problem with some later movies using the MCU humor. But, yeah, like, yeah, this movie is just legendary for what it accomplished. About the only nitpick I have is that maybe they could have had Hawkeye have more screen time, but yeah.
Yeah, no, Hawkeye appeared in Thor. Like, this was.
Yeah, Hawkeye was in Thor, but very briefly.
Yeah, everyone else had their before. Well,
Black Widow didn't have a standalone movie, but she got a decent amount of time in Iron Man 2.
Yeah.
So, but Hawkeye got like nothing. Yeah, that's about what I got for Avengers.
And this was this the end of Phase 1 of the?
I think, or maybe Iron Man 3 was the end of Phase 1. All right, so I do have to commend this movie for. I'm pretty sure we talked about like all the Spider-Man movies
Yeah,
already, didn't we?
we did a thing on the yeah we did we never did talked about the trilogy of we did we never did a trilogy of the MCU Spider-Man. We did the episode of the Andrew Garfield one and an episode of the Tobey Maguire one.
Could have sworn we talked about the MCU stuff, but eh.
We did a brief run through of all the MCU movies. We never did specifically the Spider-Man movie.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, so for Amazing Spider-Man, like Andrew Garfield nails Peter Parker and Spider-Man in a lot of ways, and like most of the cast puts in good performances, but this movie does have the crime of being kind of forgettable. Like it kind of tries to ape off the Dark Knight. Like it tries to be a bit darker and grittier, and it just makes the movie so much less quotable than the Sam Raimi movies. Like it's serviceable but kind of forgettable. That's the best way to sum it up.
Yeah, like I said, I mentioned I did not originally watch this because I knew it had Gwen Stacy and I knew what happened to Gwen Stacy, so I did not want to see this.
Yeah. Like Lizard is super forgettable. Like, yeah. Okay, so Iron Man 3 does have a lot of stuff I like to praise with it. Like, people criticize how he's not actually in the Iron Man suit for most of the movie, but honestly, I think it kind of worked to the movie's favor because it showed that Tony Stark was much more than just Iron Man. And I kind of like how it comes back in Spider-Man Homecoming. Like, you know that scene where Tony Stark cuts out Peter Parker and like Peter's like begging him not to take the suit, saying he's nothing without it. And then Tony Stark's response is, well, if you're nothing without the suit, then you shouldn't have it. Like, I kind of felt like that was sort of established that he learned in this movie. That said, this movie does fumble the ball in one infamous area, and that's the villain. So, the villain of this movie, Aldrich Killian, I think his name is, the fact that he and his henchmen have like these fire powers that they can use to regenerate their bodies, that would have been enough. But no. They had to connect him to not just the Mandarin, but they also had to connect him to MODOK, because apparently Killian's organization is called AIM.
Yeah, and people did not like the portrayal of the Mandarin.
And like apparently the way they portrayed the Mandarin in this movie was because they were concerned that doing like an actual comic accurate Mandarin would have been culturally insensitive. Except Shang-Chi years later would prove, yes, you can do the actual Mandarin. And yeah, like, and not to mention the twist with Ben Kingsley, like on rewatch, like even trying to divorce how I knew it going in at that point, you can tell in Ben Kingsley's scenes that he's just acting.
Yeah, and they got the Harley character to only reappear at when Iron Man's funeral later.
Wait, who appears at Iron Man's funeral?
Harley, the little boy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that actually is a nice touch.
Yeah, he's a character in the. He plays. I think he plays. Supposed to play Iron Lad in the comic book or something.
Yeah, I need to look and see where that kid has a scene. But that's actually a nice touch to know, because I mean, Shang-Chi would make fun of how this movie depicted the Mandarin, but that is a nice touch that they did acknowledge Iron Man 3 like in a genuine way. But yeah, like it is a solid way to close out the solo Iron Man movies. Like really, the villains like where they messed up the most.
And then they have apparently the subplot. I guess the vice president is evil, or not evil, but deal the devil to save his daughter. Which is which was a young Jenna Ortega in the wheelchair.
Oh, cool. This one's fine. Like, I do like how it kind of explores Wolverine's character after X-Men The Last Stand. But then Silver Samurai's story is kind of generic and forgettable. It feels like just an excuse plot to get Wolverine in Japan. But they did overall use the Japan setting well. Hugh Jackman and, if I get this name wrong, sorry, Ryla Fukushima, they do fine. And some of the action scenes, particularly the last one, are pretty tense. So, and they set up X-Men Days of Future Past pretty nicely. So, yeah, this one's fine.
Better than the other Wolverine movie, then?
Way better than X-Men Origins. Yep. The second worst MCU movie.
Have you got the worst one yet?
Nope. The worst one's going to be down the line.
All right.
So, this movie's competent, and that's the nicest thing I can say about it. It does have good themes, like how the sibling relationship between Thor and Loki is complicated, how Thor and Jane Foster are kind of strained, and there's a key death scene that has weight, but I can't tell you much else about this movie because I was zoned out for most of it. This movie is effing dull. Like, the villain of this movie is nothing. Across all the Marvel movies so far, we've had good villains. We've had great villains, even. We've had bad villains, and then we have silly villains like Punisher Warzone. Malekith in this movie is like one of the only Marvel villains I could say was nothing. I felt nothing about him. And that's honestly makes him pretty bad. So, yeah, I don't like how this movie gets lumped in with the first one. The first one had, like, genuine effort behind it. This one, it was just not good.
Yeah, with the Iron Man 3 movie, they did they had a follow-up of the Avengers. There's no connection to the Avengers at all in here.
Yeah.
I guess Loki being tied up prison was the follow-up, I guess, but...
Yeah, that's about it. Most I could say about this one is that it's a really, really, really good espionage thriller that happens to have Captain America in it. Like, especially with all the Hydra stuff and everything, like, it's a really tense action thriller. That's about the most I could say. Like, the only part, like, it's the lowest 5 I've given, and the only thing that made me kind of debate if I wanted to give it a 5 was the stuff with Bucky being the Winter Soldier, only because, like, when it's revealed it's him, basically the depth of Captain America trying to reach him goes no deeper than, you gotta remember, Bucky. Like, they don't really give that much depth. But other than that, like, I do like the espionage thriller feel of this movie.
Yeah, I think the main thing people didn't like about this movie was they tried to do a romance with his girlfriend's niece. Or or great niece or
Well, they didn't really pursue it, as we know.
Yeah.
So, this movie, I will say that the story is a pretty big mess. Like, Electro has a decent villain arc on paper. Like, he's a loner, he just wants to be recognized. But then he hardly gets any screen time. And then Green Goblin's not bad either. Like, they establish how desperate Harry Osborn is, but then you get stupid stuff, like how he's apparently supposed to be a childhood friend to Peter here when he wasn't even so much as mentioned in the first one.
Yeah. And people did not like the blue of Electro.
Yeah. Like, this movie is just bloated with stuff because Sony was really trying to jump on the cinematic universe hype train. Like, they were trying to set up the Sinister Six. They're trying to do Electro and Goblin. They're still doing the hidden conspiracy stuff with Oscorp.
Yeah. I do think they did the death scene pretty good.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, even this movie's detractors agree that the Peter and Gwen relationship is really well handled, which makes the death scene really sting. But still, it's like there was talent behind the movie. It felt like they tried to address the criticism of the first one, and they gave this one more personality. Like, I could tell you a lot more about this movie than I could tell you about the first one. Like, from a story standpoint, this one is more flawed, but overall, this one I'd say is more memorable. So, yeah. It's just kind of a shame that Andrew Garfield got robbed.
Of a trilogy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this movie, I think we talked about it in the other one, but they cut out, they have teasers of the girl playing Mary Jane, but that was all cut out of the movie because
like they didn't even restore it as deleted scenes. They only have like test footage of it, or somebody doing a camcorder footage of them recording it. But frankly, them adding Mary Jane, this movie would have just made it even more bloated.
Yeah.
So this is the second best X-Men movie for me. Like, I just like how it combines the best of like the First Class movies with the original trilogy. Like, it feels like a passing of the torch kind of thing. Like, and I do like its overall theme of how violence usually just results in more violence. It's not the answer to a problem. Like, generally, the cycle of hatred just only ends in disaster. And yeah, like the entire cast gives their A game. Like, you feel like the really high stakes, especially with the Sentinels in the future being like nigh unstoppable. Like, Quicksilver gets really good, gets his show stealing scene. Then you also have the touching scene where James McAvoy's Xavier gets to meet Patrick Stewart's Xavier. Yeah, like, in general, this movie was a treat to see most of the original trilogy cast members reunite one last time. Unless the MCU is going to get them back somehow, but we'll see.
Well, they got the Beast in the one movie.
They did get Beast in the Marvels, but so far they haven't. Like, I'll get to that when I get to that, but yeah.
So we have reached the halfway point. Do you want to continue or make a part 2 in a few weeks?
How long do you think you can go for?
I might need a caffeine boost, but up to you. Think you can talk for another 2 hours, or
I mean, I can because I'm not doing anything tomorrow.
I, you're the guest, and it's your subject. You want to continue? We can.
Yeah, we can do it because I don't want because I don't know when I'm going to be available.
All right. It's a long one, folks. We're in for the long haul.
I mean, I guess it depends what the viewers want to, but yeah.
All right.
We'll keep going for now. Guardians of the Galaxy. This one I don't have much to say. Like, they were a very obscure team in the comics, and the movie made them mainstream. Like, everybody has fun banter. Like, I mean, the villain's kind of forgettable, but I mean, the movie's fun.
Again, we did a whole series on this. Go check it out.
Yeah. That's why I feel like I'll be able to finish this today, because a lot of the movies, especially the MCU ones, we're just going to kind of blow through them. Because lots of them I don't have complex thoughts.
I think a lot of people, this is again, did not know this was a thing until this movie came out.
Well, I knew it was a thing only because of Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Because the ultimate update of Marvel vs. Capcom 3 added Rocket as a playable character. And it was funny, Rocket's ending in that game has him going to Raccoon City from Resident Evil. It's funny. You can do the next one.
All right.
Okay, so Age of Ultron is probably the weakest of the Avengers movies for me. Like, I do like some of the ideas it has. Like, it talks about, like, some of the Avengers' insecurities. Like, it talks about Hawkeye and his family. It talks about, like, Hulk wanting to be accepted. Vision and Scarlet Witch get introduced here. They were introduced pretty well. There's also debate on whether the Avengers are really doing a good thing, especially I think Sokovia's in this movie, right?
Yeah.
It's the place that gets destroyed.
Yeah.
At the end. Yeah, like, that brings a lot of moral debate questions as to whether or not the Avengers are really doing a good thing. But at the same time, this movie is kind of forgettable. Like, it doesn't help how they depict Ultron. Like, Ultron, I'm divided on. Like, without question, he's an Avengers level threat. On the other hand, did they really have to give him such quippy dialogue where he's, like, constantly trying to be funny whenever he speaks? Like, I get it was to give him more personality than what Ultron normally has, but it's just kind of jarring.
I'll be right back to continue about this.
All right.
Let's go to the next one. So I gotta get a drink.
You can go to the next one in like 5 seconds. Like, the only other thing I have to say is Quicksilver in this movie. I mean, Aaron Taylor Johnson tries, but I think Marvel knew they could not compete with Evan Peters' take in the X-Men movies. That's probably why they kill him off here, because they just knew they couldn't hold a candle, or maybe they just didn't want to confuse people. Anyways, you can go get your drink. Go to the next one first.
That's where I go. I was going to talk about in the comics and the movies. These Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are supposed to be Magneto's kids.
They're supposed to be Magneto's kids, and the reason why Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver why Quicksilver was in both X-Men and the MCU, it was through a legal loophole, where because Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch were members of the Avengers at one point, that technically gave Marvel Studios the rights to use them, and also gave 20th Century the rights to use them because they were mutants. All Marvel Studios had to do was change their backstory to where they weren't mutants anymore.
Right.
So yeah. All right. So the first Ant-Man, I mean, it's a pretty fun heist movie, but at the same time, it's got a lot of cringe humor that I didn't really like. Like, I remember having more fun with it when I saw it in theaters, but when I rewatched it, yeah, it kind of came off a little bit more cringe than I remembered, and it's also a bit too formulaic, but it's still a unique movie for how it depicts itself as a heist movie. And yeah, like it also has a nice message about how convicted convicts, or no, like not even just convicted convicts, anybody who's made a mistake in their life, like as long as it's like a reasonable mistake, they deserve a shot at redemption because they have like this big story arc where Ant-Man can't hold down honest work because of his status as a convicted felon.
And I did like the father-daughter
Yeah,
storyline.
yeah, that works. Too bad Quantum Mania will eventually ruin it, but we'll get to that. Yeah, that's what I've got for Ant-Man.
Oh, and then what the villain in this movie?
Oh yeah. I forget. I think Darren Cross is his name. I mean, he's fine. He also gets ruined in Quantum Mania, but we'll get to that. Oh boy. Remember when I
Yeah,
said that there was only one Marvel movie that joined my 50 Shades Club, aka it got a half a star?
the people the fan force stick.
Fan Force Stick. We are here. This is the worst Marvel movie I've watched for this entire binge. I know it's pretty cliche, but it deserves it. Like, it's not all bad. Like, they have body horror scenes when they first get their powers, and like, they're effective. And then the scene where Doctor Doom massacres everybody when they're on his way back to the portal, it's freaky in a good way. But pretty much the rest of the movie is just bad. Like, I think, like, many people have talked about this better than I ever could, but it gives off the vibe that it was created by someone who wanted to make a Fantastic Four movie without making a Fantastic Four movie.
Would this be a thing about making the movie just to hold on to the rights thing?
That is basically what this movie is. They put it into production because they were about to lose the Fantastic Four rights to Marvel Studios, and 20th Century wanted to keep the rights pretty much out of petty spite.
Because technically they still own it, even though but Disney now owns Fox
No,
Studios.
they don't anymore. Like, they plucked it away from Marvel Studios, plucked it away from 20th Century Studios.
Oh, I thought they just got it when Disney bought Fox Studios.
When Disney bought them, that's what Marvel Studios did. Fantastic Four and X-Men were yanked away from 20th Century. Like, to this day, the only Marvel character that's not in Marvel Studios' ownership is Spider-Man.
But they have at this point they have a pretty good working relationship. I think.
Yeah, especially with Sony failing at their own attempts to make solo movies.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I think the only movies that Sony people. The Venom movies, but the only they like is the animated one now.
And even that one's going through production problems, but I'll get to that when we get to Across the Spider-Verse. So yeah, Four Stick, like we're gonna finish on Four Stick. This movie tries to be so super serious and down to earth, and it doesn't work because this movie has really dumb writing. Like how Reed Richards and Ben Grimm, they have a science project that is really damn impressive, and they're still accused of faking it. And then when they discover the stupid Planet X, we're supposed to feel bad for the Fantastic Four team because the government wants to be smart and actually send trained professionals on the journey. Reed and his team are not professionals. And then there's also other stupid things like how Ben, the things "it's clobbering time" catchphrase originates from his older brother bullying him, which is stupid. And there's very little action in the movie, and what little there is sucks because there's horrid visual effects, and reportedly the action scenes had to be inserted through reshoots. And yeah, really this movie's problem is that it's just so horribly written, and it plays itself so damn straight that there's like no value in it.
Well, what about the actors in this movie?
The actors, there's some talented actors here, but they weren't going to make the material work. Like, not at all. Like, I imagine people were giving the first Tim Story movie, a Fantastic Four, a huge apology. This is the Fantastic Four movie where they do, like, nothing. Because they don't get their powers until halfway through the movie. And even then, it's not until like the last 15 minutes or so where they actually do anything. It's just funny how this movie was actually supposed to... Originally, they were planning to have this exist in the same continuity as the X-Men movies, and that didn't happen. But yeah, this movie is a train wreck.
Like you said this was the lowest of your.
It's the lowest of everything I've put here. Like, it's the one Marvel movie I do not recommend you see at all.
Less than 1 star?
Yeah, it's a half. Okay, so I will say, while the movie does poke fun at this, the relatively low budget does kind of hurt it in some ways. Like, it's just kind of too simple. Like, it's Deadpool's origin story, but like, when he's doing Deadpool stuff, it's pretty glorious. Though I will say they play the origin story stuff a little too straight. Like, it gets you invested, but yeah.
This was supposed to be a redo of the Deadpool they made in the Wolverine movie.
Absolutely, yeah. Like, it's the least memorable of the 3 Deadpool movies for me, but like, it accomplished bringing him to the big screen. So, like, not much I could say about this one. It was great. So, Captain America Civil War does have, like, a lot of moral complexity to it. Like, they give good reasons for why everybody has their arguments for and against the Sokovia Accords. And it also has good themes of personal vengeance, like with Iron Man and Captain America's final fight. And I wonder what people's thoughts are on this. I thought Zemo was surprisingly badass as the villain. Like, think about it. He's an ordinary dude with no powers. And yet, he managed to basically single-handedly fracture the Avengers. Like, call it dumb luck or him being a master manipulator, but I just kind of thought that was endearing somehow.
Yeah. Again, we mentioned this in the Captain America trilogy, but a lot of people compare this movie to Superman v Batman.
Well, this movie's way better than that, so that's not an apt comparison, other than the fact that they release close together.
Yeah.
Like, and this movie also does good introducing Black Panther and Spider-Man, even if Spider-Man especially kind of feels like an afterthought. Basically they just wanted to flaunt, look, we have Spider-Man now. And that said, apparently the original Civil War comic storyline is considered not good. So the fact that this movie adapts it into something great is really groundbreaking. I guess you could, not groundbreaking, but like awesome.
Yeah, I think people don't like that. I think people have been, because that's the one that comic line is the one that led to the Peter Mary Jane breaking up storyline.
All right, but yeah, this one's a great one. So you can go on. Okay, so this movie, the nicest thing I could say is that Magneto has a good story arc. Like, he's trying to run from his past. He's wondering if he can be seen as anything more than a mass murderer. And he has to confront his past again. And they continue off First Class and Days of Future Past pretty well. But the story is kind of all over the place. Like, they have to introduce, like, rebooted versions of, like, the old X-Men characters and, like, the original trilogy. Only Jean Grey gets any kind of significant development. Like, the rest of it's kind of eh. Then they kind of try to establish Mystique maturing from Days of Future Past ending, but it doesn't really work because Jennifer Lawrence was very clearly tired of appearing in the movies at this point, and like you can tell from her performance that she's bored, doesn't want to be there. And like in general, this movie tries to do too much. Like they have Professor X having his story, they have Apocalypse, they have Magneto, they have Quicksilver having daddy issues, they have Mystique. They also shoehorn in Stryker in the Weapon X program just so they can have an admittedly pretty good fan service moment with Wolverine.
So is Apocalypse a good villain in this movie?
No. Apocalypse is, like, even though Apocalypse is all powerful and all that, he is so damn forgettable. Like, and I guess to this movie's slight defense, Apocalypse has always been a pretty forgettable villain. Like, even like X-Men, the animated series, X-Men Evolution, like X-Men Legends 2, which is all about Apocalypse. Like, yeah, my understanding is that he's never been a particularly memorable villain. But still, that doesn't change the fact that he's not very engaging here. Like, Oscar Isaac really tried, but yeah.
So is this the worst of the X-Men movies in your opinion, or
no? The worst is yet to come.
All right.
I liked Doctor Strange. Like, it's a pretty basic story of like an asshole learning not to be an asshole. And it also has a problem with the villains being very non-memorable, like especially Mads Mikkelsen. Like, he's usually plays great villains, not so much here.
Which villain was he? Was he Mordo, or was he the?
No, I forget. That's the thing. I don't know the name of Mads Mikkelsen's character. If anybody knows his name, let us know. I don't know his name. And I mean, yeah, but other than that, like, this is a very creative movie, and it does do its story arc for Doctor Strange really well. Like, it has nice messages, like learning to put others before yourself. It does go into moral ambiguity really well of going against your established code, like what they do with the Ancient One. I know there was criticism of the Ancient One's casting, but honestly, Tilda Swinton was great as the Ancient One.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like that because they recasted her or something.
No, they didn't like how it wasn't an Asian person in the role. But yeah, like obviously I gotta mention the Dormammu, I've come to bargain scene. So but yeah, this was just it was a fun watch.
Yeah. All right, let's. Okay, it's
Is it going?
no. I was just seeing. I was seeing what Alma posted in the chat. The post.
Ah, how Marvel will never ever end. Okay. Of the live action Marvel movies, this would be the best one. It's only number 2 in general, but yeah. What could I say about this movie that hasn't already been said? It's a swan song for Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, well at the time anyway, but it still sticks. And it's also a perfect swan song for the original X-Men movies. Like, it hits you with all the emotions. It has a reasonable amount of hope despite the grim story. And, yeah. Like, I don't even think I need to explain this movie. I think everybody knows how great it is.
And
Like,
sorry.
like, it's so good, even Marvel Studios holds it in high esteem. And they didn't make it.
Yeah, and this was the last of the crossover characters that appeared in Wolverine.
In Deadpool and Wolverine, yep.
Yeah, the girl.
Yeah.
So it was her, Blade,
Jennifer Garner's Elektra, Channing Tatum's Gambit, which we never got. He was supposed to have a movie, and that never got made. And then there was Chris Evans' Human Torch. But yeah, Logan's just a legendary movie. All right, so Guardians 2, I feel like it was more of the first movie, but it had much higher emotional stakes. Like, Kurt Russell's much more engaging as the villain. You also have like in general, like the emotional stakes behind it were much greater. Like, in particular, Yondu's sacrifice hits you really hard. Like, not much I can really say for this one because I think we covered it much better in an earlier episode. But yeah, like this one took the first movie and made it better, even better.
Yeah, apparently this is supposed to be a direct sequel to the first one. Apparently it happened.
Yeah, like apparently it still happens early in the MCU timeline. So this movie was actually better than I remembered it being. Like, I wasn't going into it wanting to give it the full 5 like I gave Spider-Man 1 and 2. But no, it works because Tom Holland's Spider-Man, like of the 3 Spider-Men in live action, he is the best at reminding you that Peter Parker is just a high school kid.
Because I think this is what the first one he was actually young enough to portray him as one.
Yeah, because Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield were older than high school age when they played the roles. But yeah, like the fact that he's a kid, like he sells it really well. Like obviously he's geeking out over how he got to help the big boy superheroes during Civil War. He wants to prove himself to Iron Man despite not really understanding responsibility because he's a little too young for that. It also has Iron Man in a good mentor role for him. Michael Keaton is great as the Vulture. Like, easily the dad talk scene is the best part of that.
Yeah.
where he
I think
not so subtly threatens his family.
I think I don't have the problem with it, but I think the only thing people have a problem with this movie that I remember was they didn't like the Mary Jane's character, the actress that played Mary Jane at first.
Yeah, because she was such
MJ.
because she's such a wildly different portrayal of Mary Jane.
And plus the fact that she wasn't a redhead.
Well, that's a nitpick. Like,
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel like grifters are the only ones who would truly have a problem with that.
And I read a lot of. I said I read a lot of negative press about it, but like I said, but like I mentioned when we talked about the thing, I actually like this MJ better than the Kristen Dunst MJ because that's my personal opinion. But she was written much better, I think.
Well, and that's fine. That's a fine assessment to have. My opinion is that all three of the girlfriends from like the three versions of Spider-Man, they have their ups and downs. So, like, I don't want to pick a favorite out of any of them.
Yeah, but again, she was just in this movie. She was just a background character, but still, she wasn't established. She was established, but she was just like there.
Yeah,
wasn't the focus. But we are done. We are 1/3 done. I'm 2/3 done. I mean,
so we can do it. We're getting there. So this is the movie that collectively made everybody fall in love with Thor. And yeah, they do bring Thor and Loki's character arcs full circle here, and despite the dark premise of Asgard meeting its end as it was originally known, it has so much personality and charm. Like, to it. Like, yeah, it's like the debut of like the silly humor that is later gonna plague Thor Love and Thunder. Spoiler when I get to that. But
yeah, I think this is everyone's favorite Thor movie.
It is the best of the Thor movies. Like, it's just like the perfect balance of everything good about them. And it also does a good job exploring the Hulk's character, showing how he became his own person outside of Bruce Banner. And you see how he wants to be on the planet Sakaar because people actually love him there. Like, this isn't a 5-star movie because, frankly, the Planet Hulk and Ragnarok stories kind of fight each other for screen time. And also, the villain of the movie, Hela, was kind of underutilized. Like, she's great, but she doesn't get used very much.
Yeah. Alma says, so that happened humor, right?
No, that being Thor Love and Thunder.
Yeah.
And in more recent MCU entries.
Yeah, I think this is I might have been wrong, but I know this, but I think this is established that when he's Hulk and he's Bruce, that their minds are separate. They don't know what's happening to that person.
Yeah.
Because as far as Bruce knew when he woke up, Sokovia just happened.
Yeah. But that's about what I got for Thor Ragnarok.
Oh, you mentioned Hela. What about the other villain? Was he even a villain?
Jeff Goldblum. Like that, whatever his name was, like the leader of Sakaar. I mean, he was fine.
Like, nope, click. Okay. Black Panther, the late Chadwick
Boseman.
Yeah.
Like, this movie is pretty great. Like, it is a powerful movie that celebrates African culture. It does have a lot of complex themes, like whether Wakanda should be isolated or if they should share their resources with the world. Like, it brings into question, like, who they should let have access to their vibranium supply. And easily, Michael B. Jordan steals the show as the villain Killmonger. Like, they do enough to get you to sympathize with him while also making sure that you side with T'Challa, because Killmonger's too much. But I will say the movie does kind of rely a bit too heavily on show don't tell, largely with Killmonger's backstory. Like, they try to make it to where Killmonger, like, a big part of his motivation is racism he experienced. But here's the thing. This movie has little, if any, racism depicted in it.
It's more of a family feud type thing because the brother killed the brother and the nephew won.
Yeah, like, that's like the big thing that makes it hold up really well. But they also try to make like racism like a big thing of Killmonger's backstory, but they don't actually show any of it. Like, basically, you have to go into the movie with real world knowledge of racism.
I thought, really, I might be wrong, but I thought that it was more of a, not racism, but poorism. Like, they grew up in the poor neighborhood.
Well, they don't even really show that much either. Like, this is not that bad of a show don't tell example. Believe me, there's gonna be an MCU movie later on that breaks it way more.
Normally, show don't tell is supposed to be a good thing. This not this one. It's over. It's not.
Well, it's not good because show don't tell is a good thing. But here's the thing: the movie doesn't do it on that respect. Like, they break the rule. Like, they're doing tell, don't show.
Okay.
And also, it would have helped if, like, you actually saw, like, Black Panther exploring, like, struggling nations, like, seeing the people that would benefit from his technology to, like, make his decision to open up Wakanda, like, have more impact, like, you know? Like, basically, a lot of it is inferred. And that's, like, this is still a great movie, but, like, they could have done, like, actually showing more to, like, get its point across. And that's what I got for Black Panther. So, Avengers Infinity War is my pick for the best of the MCU movies. It's number 3 of the movies in general. Like, this movie just brings everything the MCU was building up, like, so nicely together. Like, every arc that was continuing in the previous movies just comes in here. And it's like everybody gets their time to shine. Like, it's just an epic crossover. You've got the new Avengers, the old Avengers. You've got Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Black Panther, the Guardians of the Galaxy. Nobody feels wasted.
Yeah. Like I said, they like, unlike the Justice, in my opinion, the Justice League, everyone had got their own movie character wise. Now they're all meeting up. Not this. Let's go throw them all together now and give them a story later.
Yep. And yeah, and then of course Thanos is the big show stealer. Like, they do enough to make sure he's not a sympathetic character, but you can understand him. And really, like, a big central theme that I liked about this movie is how they depict love, but not really love itself, but how it makes you do stupid and irrational things. And, like, I don't mean that as a diss. Like, it does it really well. Like, it also talks about personal sacrifice, like how Scarlet Witch has to sacrifice Vision to try and stop Thanos. How Thanos has to sacrifice Gamora to get another stone.
Now, was this Stan Lee's last movie?
No, it wasn't his last appearance. It was his last appearance in the MCU. No, I think Ant-Man and the Wasp came after, so it wasn't his last MCU appearance.
Something good. Alma, you want to chat why you hated this movie?
But yeah, like this movie is just an epic in the form of a Marvel flick, and the way it ended, like I've said before that when I was younger, I was always curious about a movie where the villain won. Well, this movie did that. And yeah, the Thanos snap scene is still very haunting to watch in all the right ways. Like, and of course, all the battle scenes are great. Like, this movie is just, like, I don't care what anybody says, it's just a masterpiece. So you can continue on. So, overall, while I do have to give Deadpool and Wolverine credit for having more cooler things in it, I think Deadpool 2 is overall my favorite movie of the trilogy. Like, it satirizes superhero movies really well, but it also carries like good emotional weight, like how Wade loses Vanessa. You have Cable and Russell's stories. And the movie's humor is also pretty friggin' funny, especially with like all the satire of like superhero stuff at the time. Yeah, like, yeah, this movie is just really fun.
Better or worse
Better
than
than the
the?
first one, yeah.
Uh,
Ant-Man and the Wasp, I don't have much to say. I'll just say it's basically an improved version of the first movie. It has a more exciting plot. It's got more weight to it.
yeah, this was
Though,
based.
yeah.
So this was basically what was happening when everyone else was battling Thanos. This was happening.
Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, this is, well, then again, I'm not going to get into that here because this is where they started requiring more. This is when they started making the movies more interconnected. Like, you had to be keeping up with the movies regularly instead of just like the solo sub series. So yeah, that's about what I got for Ant-Man and Wasp.
So I think the main plot was the main plot here was him trying to sneak out with his ankle monitor.
Yeah. This movie.
I think this is the only people. I think this is like one of the only. The series itself is the only thing people like about the Sony series.
Yeah, Venom is like the only thing from the Sony series that succeeded, and even then it was kind of by accident. So the thing with the first Venom is that of all the movies I've watched for this binge, it's probably the most okay movie I've watched. The acting was okay, the action was okay, the story was okay, the characters were okay. I can't really call any of it good, but I can't really call any of it bad.
Yeah.
Like, the big thing people liked was the dynamic between Eddie Brock and Venom, but it still doesn't quite have the energy it has in, like, the sequels.
Yeah. I think he is in the comics too sometimes, but this movie portrayed him more as an anti-hero than an actual
Well, in fairness, the comics have been making him into a bit of an anti-hero too.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's about what I've got here. And if you're wondering, this was the last Stan Lee cameo we got released during his lifetime. So this movie, I consider the best of the Marvel movies, period.
Yeah, this is our first animated.
Yeah, like, not only does it have kick-ass animation that too many movies have been trying to imitate lately, it's got great action, it's got a really high-stakes story, and it really promotes the cool idea that anybody can be Spider-Man.
Yeah, they put the Miles character in the spotlight in this movie.
Yeah, and it also promotes how every Spider-Man should be promoted for what makes them unique. Like, it's just a really powerful story all around.
I did not see this movie until I was like, I actually watched this movie on my phone on the bus on the way to see the second movie.
Oh wow!
So I saw it the day right like literally an hour before I saw the second movie in the theaters.
The point is that every Spider-Man is special because of the things that make them unique. And we're talking about the multiverse here, where every universe has a single Spider-Man. We're talking more adaptations here rather than actually in universe.
So this is definitely a 5-star, maybe a 6-star movie.
5. It's the strongest 5 of the bunch. So
and this is going. Sorry, and this is I was going to say, and this is the one good thing Sony did with Spider.
The one great thing they did with Spider-Man.
I'm still waiting for a Miles crossover with the MCU. This Miles character with Tom Holland characters crossover. These two.
Apparently, the reason why a 4th MCU Spider-Man's been taking so long is reportedly because they are butting heads in the writer's room, and one of the things one writer wants to do is bring Miles Morales in. This movie was the cause of a lot of vitriol from grifters. And yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah. I think the grifters mainly think, I think because it's a woman main character, the people don't like it.
And it's like, the movie is not bad, and it has a pretty engaging story with Captain Marvel. Like, when I was always hearing about this movie, I had always heard about how they have, like, Captain Marvel is basically a Mary Sue. Like, she does everything perfect. Like, she has little emotion. She has no actual character. She's just perfect at everything she does. And it doesn't help that when she appears in Avengers Endgame, because her screen time is brief there, that's basically what she is.
Yeah.
But that's a diss on Endgame, because they did her a disservice. She's actually an engaging character here. Like, she has so much more personality here. She has a good story arc of learning to not let anyone tell her what she is and what she's capable of. Like, it's inspiring not just for women, but anybody who has, like, confidence issues.
Now this, I think this character here is the reason why they had to change Shazam's name to Shazam.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
He used to be Captain Marvel too, but...
Yep. But, yeah, so... Yeah, this movie got way overhated. That said, it's not one of the stronger MCU movies for me because I will say, um, outside of Captain Marvel's story arc, the rest of the movie is fine. Like, they build up how the Skrull have, like, paranoia fuel because they can replace anybody without you knowing it. But then they forget about the Skrull to have the Kree be the villains in the second half of the movie, and it's like, eh.
Yeah, the villain was the same guy from the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, I think.
I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's the same character, Rowan.
Well, Alma, they deleted that scene from the movie for a good reason, now didn't they? But yeah, go to the next one. I'm done with Captain Marvel. It's fine. So, Avengers Endgame, had they chosen to end the MCU here, which they obviously weren't going to because money, this would have been the perfect ending. Like, it ties up so many loose ends. Like, and it also sets up more to come without being egregious about it. Like, it's a last hurrah for like the original team of the 6 Avengers, especially with Iron Man, the original Captain America, and Black Widow being removed from the story. Hulk, Hawkeye, and Thor have big shakeups. And yeah, like the last hour of the movie with like the grand climactic battle scene, it is absolutely epic with pretty much every major MCU character having a role in it. Though this movie is a step down from Infinity War because number one, the first hour of the movie is a little too slow. And it's like, I get it. They had to establish the aftermath of what Thanos did, but like, it's a bit to a movie's detriment. And second, the time travel logic. Like, it is so convoluted. Like, they go to great lengths to explain why they can't just kill Thanos in the past or just take the Infinity Stones in the past before he got them.
Yeah, even though that makes sense to me because the past Thanos came to the future.
Yeah, and also, don't forget, they establish they can't just go to the past because you leave your version of the present and create an alternate present. But then somehow Captain America is able to go to the past, stay there, and somehow reappear in the present he left as an old man. Like, how does that work under that logic? And then, of course, Quantum Mania made it even worse with how the quantum realm is explained, but still, this is an epic finale. So you can go on. Wow, Dark Phoenix came out after Endgame, huh? Okay.
Apparently.
The best way to sum up what most people, the cast and crew, probably thought of this movie when they were making it was, I'm bored. Like, they knew going in that 20th Century was getting bought by Disney. They knew the X-Men were likely going to be rebooted into the MCU and that nothing in this series was going to matter anymore. But the movie was already contracted. They had to make it, but they were like, why should we even try? Like, legit, this movie feels like everybody just phoned it in just to get it out the door. Like, one of the only things this movie has going for it is it has a decently fun action set piece on a train at the end. Also, Magneto and Beast get kind of okay stories, but everything else, the writing is so freaking dumb. Like, it's two stories clawing for the spotlight. So, the Dark Phoenix story is there, and then you get these stupid aliens led by Jessica Chastain. And then freaking the Dark Phoenix story, like, they do this kind of neat idea where the X-Men are like beloved celebrities, like where they even have merchandise, which is shockingly not something you see in Marvel and superhero stuff often. And then the US, like, and then of course the Dark Phoenix comes, and then the freaking public's relation with mutants like goes down the shitter because of that. And these aliens that Jessica Chastain is leading, they are just in the movie to exist. And it's jarring because the X-Men movies up to this point had never really hinted that aliens existed in this universe. And they're the reason Jean Grey has the Dark Phoenix powers, but I think it's kind of a retcon because friggin' she kind of has the Dark Phoenix come out in X-Men Apocalypse. And then, like, the US government, like, not trusting the X-Men anymore is just there for cheap tug of the heartstrings moments, like that scene where Professor X loses his direct line to the president. And then on the train, there's this one random soldier who tells Nightcrawler, my kid used to be a fan. And then we're supposed to feel sad when this same soldier dies, and Nightcrawler feels sad about it. And yeah, and then the whole thing, the mutant discrimination thing's like more of a black and white thing here, which is stupid. And the thing is, this was apparently meant to be a 2-movie arc. And you can tell because of the stories fighting for the spotlight, and they had to condense it to 1 because the Disney buyout. And
is this the worst of the X-Men movies?
Oh yeah. It's the worst of the X-Men movies. And also, Professor X, they set up him as being the guy at fault for Jean Grey's predicament. And the movie doesn't even explain what he did wrong. Like, so Jean Grey goes through a lot of trauma in this movie, and that's a big reason for why the Dark Phoenix comes out. And Professor X's big crime was repressing her memory that her. So the start of the movie is Jean Grey's Dark Phoenix powers come out, and she accidentally kills her mom and like heavily injures her dad. Professor X's big crime was suppressing Jean Grey's memory that her dad was alive. And we're meant to be angry at Professor X for this. Except he had a good reason to do it. Jean Grey's dad disowned her. Freaking, he was protecting her from being even more traumatized than she already was. And then Mystique. They utterly butcher Mystique, and in part it's because Jennifer Lawrence at this point really didn't want to be here, to the point where they kill her off just so that they didn't have to, so she could finally get out of these movies for good. And also the makeup on her noticeably looks worse than before because she hated putting the makeup on. And yeah, Mystique is very bored in this movie, and they also have idiotic writing decisions, like the infamous X-Women line. So Mystique goes off on a spiel about how the women are the only members of the X-Men who ever do any work, ever save people. The men don't do it, like yada, yada, yada. She says that after a mission where two of the male team members, Quicksilver and Nightcrawler, were crucial to the mission's success, while Mystique was sitting on her ass complaining. Remember, frickin' grifters suck, but grifters come in both varieties. That's kind of easy to forget, but it's true.
All right.
And
Right.
I mean, that's about all I had on Dark Phoenix. But yeah, like, Beast gets an okay character arc where when Mystique dies, like, Beast is like very sorrowful because at that point he's basically the last of the first class. So he just feels alone because of that. And like Magneto has an okay arc where like he sort of turned a new leaf, but it's not really well developed. And again, there's an okay action set piece on a train near the end, but this movie, like, they just phoned it in because they knew nothing was going to matter. But yeah, you can go on. So Spider-Man Far From Home, I do like a lot of the character. Like, it's a pretty great movie, but it does take a while to get going. But I do like how it continues Peter's story arc from Homecoming. Like, he's learning more responsibility, but like him now basically being an Avenger is taking its toll because he really wants to go on this Europe trip because he needs a much needed vacation.
Yeah, a lot of people are confused if this is the end of Phase 3 or the beginning of Phase. Because some people
Yeah, I'm not sure on that. But yeah, and then Mysterio is a pretty good villain, especially because when you consider this movie's ending and No Way Home, Mysterio kind of won.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then of course they develop MJ better. Yeah, like, and it was also kind of a nice touch that Mysterio tied back to the very first Iron Man.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's just kind of nice when the MCU remembers like its older movies. But yeah, like, again, like, the big problem is that it doesn't really get going until a little while in. And they kind of set up Nick Fury as like kind of being like the mentor character for Peter here. Except Nick Fury doesn't really do much, especially with the twist that the Nick Fury in this movie is a Skrull.
Yeah.
And
everyone's making problem with this movie that I've heard online is that all the villains so far for Spider-Man, they were all connected to Tony. Both Vulture and this one were Tony connected.
I mean, that's not really a criticism I have.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, really, the Nick Fury mentor thing, they could have just kept it a Happy Hogan.
Yeah. Nick Fury, I thought they were trying to portray the villain as Beck as the mentor.
Yeah.
Of course, people that know the comics, obviously knew who they was a mile away before. So he mentioned, I'm Mysterio. Like he's the villain.
Well, Alma missed me for trashing the X-Women line from Dark Phoenix, but then again, I think she already saw that in the movie chat. Maybe.
Ooh, what you eating?
Okay, New Mutants.
Almost a question.
I'd say probably. Like, they don't feel as special as they used to be.
Yeah, I think it depends if they make the movie to make the movie, or the movie actually has a good story.
All right, so New Mutants again feels like a contractual obligation project. All right, well, you know what? Just for Alma. So Dark Phoenix has an infamous moment where Mystique goes on a spiel about how the women are the only ones who do the work, and like it's never always the women saving people and not the men. Right after a mission where two of the men were crucial to the mission's success, while Mystique was sitting down doing nothing. And I just made a comment of how, yeah, anti-woke grifters suck, but grifters come in both varieties. And that's easy to forget. And that's just poor writing, too. Now, New Mutants. So, New Mutants was the final X-Men movie that was made without involvement from Marvel Studios. And again, it was basically a contractual obligation project. Like they were making it knowing it was not going to get a follow-up or anything. And yeah, they basically just pushed forward just because they were contracted to do it. And it's tragic because I could see how this movie could have worked. Like the lead actors, they really did care about the project, or at least I got that vibe. And that surprised me because this movie had a very troubled production. And like I liked how the titular New Mutants kind of bonded together as friends. Like you get Blue Hunt and Maisie Williams kind of getting into a lesbian relationship. That was kind of cute. Anya Taylor-Joy is good at portraying Magic as an asshole who's haunted by a traumatic past. And like it could be because Magic's one of the main characters in Marvel's Midnight Suns, and like Anya Taylor-Joy kind of really sold that. Yeah, like there was a good blueprint for how these kids were haunted by their traumatic pasts and now they're stuck in this facility. But the movie stumbles with the actual story, especially since this was marketed as a horror movie. And I'm just going to say it, this movie is not scary. When it tries to be scary, at best it falls flat, and at worst it's funny. Like the big thing that Magic experiences that's scary are like these smiling men that are meant to be creepy, but they just look stupid. And yeah, then no actual plot really forms in this movie until the last half hour, and it just amounts to how Blue Hunt's character Danny, her power is too powerful. We need to study it, or we need to kill her. I don't know. Just do climax. And yeah, Danny's power is that, which is framed as a big twist, except you could see it coming from a mile away. It's that she can manifest nightmares into reality. And it's a neat idea, but again, so the execution of it is stupid, including the fact that somehow, like, yeah, they try to establish it's because she can't control her powers, but lots of the time, her manifesting nightmares is her manifested nightmares keep trying to kill herself. And it's like they don't even firmly establish like why that's going on. And like the establishing incident that gets her thrown in the facility where her mutant powers awaken, it's like, what exactly scared her? They guess this giant bear demon attacking her. That she was afraid of the dark? I don't know. And they barely elaborate on the traumatic backstories of the other kids. And it's like, eh. And they also note that the Essex Corporation, run by Mr. Sinister, who's a notable X-Men villain, he is the one that's behind the scenes pulling the strings on that facility, but then he doesn't factor in the plot. And it's just like, the characters are pretty engaging. It's just, they have a nothing story. So it's, yeah, kind of tragic.
Now,
Yeah.
is this the first of the Disney Plus movies?
Yeah, it was meant to be in theaters, but this was during COVID. And my response to this movie is, like, it's fine as an action movie, but it's also very forgettable. Like, it starts off strong with an opening scene of like Natasha and Yelena as kids, and they get thrown in the Red Room, and then you get really badass opening credits, like showing like glimpses of the dark stuff that happened in the Red Room. Like, that's how they became Black Widows, both of them. And then the movie after that, it just kind of moves along. Like, it has Natasha and Yelena having a dynamic as sisters, but the thing with the movie is it overcomplicated itself for no reason. Like, I would have liked it if this movie was a full prequel to Black Widow's first appearance in Iron Man 2, but no. It's a sequel to Civil War's events. So you have Black Widow's backstory and the aftermath of Civil War fighting for screen time. And this creates a big problem because remember when I said Black Panther had a big tell don't show problem?
Yeah.
This is the movie that cranked it up big time. You see nothing of Black Widow's backstory. Nothing. All the Black Widows do, and their parents, all they do is talk about it. And they don't even talk about it in a meaningful way. They talk about it almost in a half-joking kind of way. Like, that's the thing. This movie had a really dark story premise for it that could have worked great, but they had to mix in the MCU silly humor. Like, it just takes away the meat from it. No impact. And it sucks because there are a few scenes that work well, like when Natasha confronts the Red Room director. And it's like, and again, the opening credits establish what could have been a so much better movie. But yeah, this movie kind of disappointed me. So that's why.
And plus,
yeah, you know.
I think at the end of this movie is basically a trailer for Hawkeye.
For the Hawkeye show. Oh, and that's going to get into a pretty big problem the recent MCU movies have been having. Yeah. You can go on. So, Shang-Chi, I'll admit, like, I didn't think much of it when it started. Like, the backstory was generic. Like, Awkwafina plays like the comic relief sidekick. She was kind of annoying. And then we got the action sequence on the bus, and this movie got me. Like, this movie was pretty fun to watch. Like, it's maybe not one of the strongest MCU movies, but like, it's damn fine. It's a damn fine action movie that does a pretty good job celebrating Asian culture. And yeah, like, they got lots of creative visuals. Like, they make better use of the Mandarin in this movie, like even going as far as to address the usage in Iron Man 3. And really, my big problem with this movie is that the MCU silly humor rears its ugly head at inopportune times. Like, the big egregious moment I did not like is, so Shang-Chi and like his friend Katie, that's Awkwafina's character, they're on the plane, like flying out to like go deal with the Mandarin stuff. And Shang-Chi is explaining his backstory to Katie, right? And abruptly, in the middle of explaining the backstory, right when you're kind of getting hooked on the backstory, it gets interrupted by a stewardess asking Katie if she wants to order something on the plane, and it leads to this long, drawn-out, really painfully unfunny sequence of them trying to order something in the middle of explaining the critical backstory. Like, what the hell? But yeah, Shang-Chi I had a fun time with. I hope I see him again in another MCU movie. Okay, so Venom Let There Be Carnage, like, it's a really, really dumb movie. But it accepts that it's dumb and it rolls with it. Like, the big thing that gives this movie value is that they recognize that the thing people liked about the first movie was Eddie and Venom's dynamic, and they ham it up big time here. Like, it's endearing to watch them basically bicker like a married couple almost. But everything else in the movie is just one note to give the movie a plot. Like, they do try to make Woody Harrelson unhinged as Carnage, but his backstory is so bog standard and basic. Like, literally, it just amounts to, I was abused as a kid. Shriek's the one person I care about. I kill people. That's it. No other depth to that. And speaking of Shriek, she's just a generic crazy lady who may or may not be an X-Man mutant. Legally distinct, of course. And yeah, like, this movie just exists to be dumb fun with Eddie and Venom bickering and being an endearing married couple, basically. Yeah, it's fun. It's dumb fun.
Yeah, then the Easter egg at the end where they came in,
where they get teleported to the MCU. Yeah,
it's that's the only one where we saw it from the other end. Another movie.
Yeah. Eternals, I could see what they were trying to do. Like, I get they did try to give it like an epic scope, but this movie was dull for me. Like, I know people are being nicer to it more recently, but this movie just gets too convoluted for its own good. They don't really establish character motivations well enough. Like, they present interesting themes, like the debate about humanity's worth, but then they don't really show much of it. Like, they try to have a debate where humanity may not be worth saving because of atrocities they commit, but they don't really show much of the atrocities. They also have these aliens called the Deviants that are meant to be a threat, but then the movie just kind of forgets about them. Like, this movie's meant to be very philosophical, and yeah, some people appreciate it for that, but I wasn't crazy about it.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So, No Way Home.
Yeah. So we've gone into lots of detail in this movie when it came out, when the reboot came out.
Yeah. Like, I think we covered No Way Home, like, all bases in an earlier episode.
Yeah.
Basically, so the MCU's current story arc is the multiverse saga, and people have been very underwhelmed by it, all things considered. I would argue that's because they fired on all cylinders a little too quickly. Because this movie, like, really fucking like fired on all cylinders. Like, this is the best of the multiverse movies so far, just because it does a great job advancing like the mainline MCU Spider-Man, while also nicely bringing in the past Spider-Man and continuing their stories and tying their development to like the mainline MCU one. And yeah, like, we go more into it in another episode, but yeah, this movie was just really smart. Like, some people have turned against it with arguments like it's dumb when you really think about it, but it's just really smart in how it incorporates the past Spider-Man into it. And yeah, people might not really like the ending, but I kind of argue the reason why he doesn't reconnect with Ned and MJ after they've forgotten about him is because he's just gone through so much trauma that he's now at a point where he's broken enough to where he legit thinks he shouldn't have his friends in his life because they're going to get hurt. And of course, we need to get moving on that fourth MCU Spider-Man movie so he can learn that things shouldn't be that way, but they're butting heads in the writer's room at the moment.
Yeah, it's the balance between keeping your friends safe, but also keeping a promise that you made to them, even though they don't remember the promise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think many people thought the movie this is a retake of the One More Day storyline where everyone forgets Peter and that one. Spider-Man, he's Spider-Man, and they break apart their marriage, but that's pretty much what this movie is. That's part of it, at least.
It's Morbin time. So it's tragic because the movie does have good ideas. Like obviously they have the story of Morbius becoming a monster from his attempts to cure his terminal health condition. And it plays around with him finding it difficult to accept what he's become. But at the same time, the movie gives up significant plot development shortly after that. Like, the overall, it's just crappy writing, bad camera work, bad visual effects, and you can tell they censored this from an R rating. Like, you can tell that there was meant to be blood splatter in scenes that were removed to get a PG-13.
Yeah.
And yeah, the post-credit scene with Michael Keaton being teleported into the universe, it's the dumbest post-credit scene ever put into film. And now, Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. So, people went into this movie with grand expectations because of what No Way Home did.
Yeah, the only movie is the thing is, it was supposed to come out before or after No Way Home.
It was supposed to come out before No Way Home, but then production delays ended up resulting in this coming after. And
which they tack on like a little scene that talk about how.
Yeah, they had to tack on a scene that mentioned No Way Home's events. And yeah, like, Multiverse of Madness, you can tell it was meant to just simply establish the multiverse. Like, it wasn't meant to be continuing off of No Way Home. So it's not really fair to judge the movie on that merit. And I think the movie is good. Like, it goes for more of a horror angle for how, like, Scarlet Witch is basically like a monster pursuing, like, Doctor Strange, like going after America Chavez.
Yeah, but this is the first of the this is the first time where if you haven't watched a Disney Plus series, you might get confused because
and that is one of this movie's various problems. Like, the movie is stuffed with a lot of plot, and yeah, this was the point where the movie started requiring extra homework outside the movies.
It's like, why is Wanda's a villain? What how'd that happen?
Yeah, and you're not going to know unless you've seen WandaVision beforehand. And yeah, and then America Chavez, like, she was just kind of there. Like, I didn't really think she was all that memorable. And, like, they have the Illuminati, and the Illuminati is, like, the big multiverse usage. And, like, you have a version of Black Bolt you can take more seriously after that horrid Inhuman show they tried to use to replace the X-Men.
Of course, they didn't serious this one either because he got taken apart really quickly.
Yeah, and you also have alternate versions of, you have Captain Carter, and then you have like a Monica Rambeau version of Captain Marvel. Then you have John Krasinski playing Mr. Fantastic, and I think he was robbed. He would have been a great Mr. Fantastic if he was like in the mainline universe. And Patrick Stewart actually appears as Professor X, not from the X-Men movies. He's more based on the animated series, I think. And he has a heartfelt appearance, like, honestly. My problem with the Illuminati is that they get killed off pretty quickly by Scarlet Witch.
Yeah.
And, like, the movie is good. Like, it has a lot of creative imagery, and, like, it has a couple of nice stories to it, particularly with Doctor Strange himself, but it is a bit of a step down from the first movie for me. And, like, yeah, Scarlet Witch's story does have a layer of tragedy to it, and, like, you can, like, understand her motivations, but, again, extra homework is really needed to understand it, and I don't really think that's a good thing. So, oh my god. Thor, Love and Thunder.
With his, I think this was his real life daughter.
I think? I don't know. But yeah, so there is stuff to appreciate with this movie. Like, the theme of love is pretty well explored. Like, they do a pretty good job exploring why Thor and Jane Foster broke up. And there's, like, a layer of tragedy with how Jane becomes the mighty Thor. And, like, Thor doesn't want her to use Mjolnir because it's just killing her faster because she has terminal cancer. But she wants to spend her last moments doing something amazing. And they're just kind of a beautiful tragedy to that. And Christian Bale, he's pretty good as Gore the God Butcher, though there is a pretty big problem in that we don't actually see him butchering gods all that much.
Just the first one.
Pretty much just the first one. And yeah, like, there's good ideas in this movie, but there's a problem. A huge one. This movie, as much as it may try, it's not funny. Like, most of this movie tries so damn hard to double down on, like, the Ragnarok style humor that they had. And it just doesn't work. Like, none of the jokes are funny. All of it is cringe. And it doesn't complement the story at all. It takes away from it. In particular, like, literally, Ragnarok's humor is meant to be, like, alleviating a pretty dark story. Thor, Love and Thunder is basically just the director and producers and whatever screaming, "Laugh! Please laugh! Laugh, goddammit, please!" when they were in the middle of not having a story.
Yeah, and it basically is, oh yeah, we left Thor with the Guardians. Let's separate them now.
Yeah, the worst part of the humor was those dumbass screaming goats. Like, they do the screaming goat meme, you know, the one that sounds like a nostalgia critic scream. And yeah. I'll put it like this: I sympathized heavily with the Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, like this problem is that this movie had to spend less time trying to be funny and failing, and more time actually focusing on its emotional weight, I guess you could say. That's
Yeah,
what made Ragnarok work, and that's what made this one kind of stumble for me.
yeah, I would have liked to see them work together more. Besides just the first 20 minutes,
Yeah,
the Guardians and Thor, being a team a bit until they had to separate.
that's fair.
But
Well, I wasn't in the theater watching this movie, so I wouldn't know. They probably laughed at the screaming goat because people are stupid sometimes.
I think the funny part, I think people the funny part that they tried to is the love triangle between Thor, his hammer, and his axe was the big love story.
Eh.
like, 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 are you jealous? He looked at the hammer and it chalked him up. Like, I like you now, axe. But yeah.
So, Wakanda Forever, I don't have much to say. Like, basically, they did the best they could making a movie without its lead actor anymore because, as we know, Chadwick Boseman tragically passed away of cancer. And rather than recast him, they decided to press forward by actually killing him off in the movie and just kind of pressing forward. Like, they did a really nice job making a tribute to Chadwick Boseman. They also introduced Namor in this movie because we hadn't discussed this, but Namor had his movie rights heavily entangled in bullcrap. Like, supposedly Universal had the rights and just didn't want to use him. But here they finally got to use him.
Now, is Namor supposed to be the equivalent of Aquaman from DC?
Yes, to the point where in the comics for both, Namor is the ruler of Atlantis, just like Aquaman's the ruler of Atlantis. But because the Aquaman movies were out at the time, Marvel Studios decided to not compete, and they renamed Atlantis in this movie Talokan. Which I guess is creative. But yeah, I don't have much to say about Wakanda Forever. Like, it's not as strong as the first Black Panther, but like they did, like it's a emotional gut punch because of Chadwick Boseman's death. But the movie does a good job paying tribute to him.
Yeah. So the movie's supposed to be different because when they first found out he was still alive, I think, right?
Yeah, he was still alive when they were planning it, and then they had to heavily rewrite it after his death.
All right.
So. So, I'm going to get it right out the gate. This is the worst MCU movie so far. Like,
another
say,
homework movie because this is connected to the Loki series. Somewhat.
Yeah, kind of. Like, there is stuff I like about the movie. Like, Kang the Conqueror, I could see how he was going to be the next Avengers level threat. Like, he was pretty powerful. I mean, he gets defeated by Deus Ex Machina ants, but then he still comes back to fight Ant-Man. Ant-Man himself, Scott Lang, he does have a pretty good arc of like struggling with his self-worth, feeling like he's not being recognized for the stuff he did in the last few movies, particularly Endgame, because he was critical to that story's success, and like nobody seems to recognize it. Kind of frustratingly so, which gets into the movie's big problems. So, everybody treats Scott like a wimp. Unfairly so. Like, they have like this dinner scene where everybody's calling him a wimp, and then he rightfully points out, hey, I saved you from being dusted out of existence. And they still continue roasting him, calling him a wimp.
Yeah. I think a lot of people is at the end of the original end of this movie because he was supposed to be trapped in the quantum realm with, I think that's what I heard.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but yeah. So
I think it's also supposed to be the origin of whatever Cassie's character was. Supposed to be her origin as a hero story.
Well, speaking of Cassie, she is particularly infuriating. Like, despite the fact that she only just got acclimated to the Pym particle tech, the Ant-Man, her own Ant-Man suit and whatever, she immediately acts like she knows everything better than her dad, who's been using the tech for years. And the movie treats her as being in the right.
Yeah, just right, I got right there. Instead of building her up as a character, she's already awesome.
Yeah, and we're supposed to side with her when she's done nothing to prove herself. And see, this is the kind of thing that grifters on the other side would push, I guess you could say. And it's freaking this exact same bullcrap pissed me off because I had just played Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League with my friend DL Jado, and another character just like Cassie was introduced in that game called Lawless. Basically, Lawless in that game is this punk teenager who loves being a social media influencer, and basically, she's a rotten kid. And yet, you're supposed to love her because apparently she's great at everything. And yeah, so they do reel in Cassie a little bit, when Kang ends up mopping the floor with her, but still, she is infuriating to watch for most of this movie. And then we have Janet's backstory. Janet, the original Wasp, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, her story in this movie screams of being a massive plot hole. It contradicts the ending of Ant-Man and the Wasp and Avengers Endgame a bit. So Janet's thing is that she doesn't want anybody going near the quantum realm because she encountered Kang and she doesn't want him to get out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet, she's perfectly fine with Scott going to the quantum realm in Ant-Man and the Wasp post-credit scene. Here, she freaks out the moment somebody mentions it, let alone Scott doing it in the previous movie.
And also, that too, but, she doesn't tell him why. Don't go there. She just, why she hates it. She's they don't know until after they get pulled in.
Yeah, and it's they try to explain her not wanting to tell anyone as her wanting to forget about it and live a normal life. But again, she had no problem with Scott going there in the last movie. And then there's also how Kang never reacts to Scott being trapped in the quantum realm between Ant-Man and the Wasp and Endgame, as well as the fact that the Avengers use the quantum realm for time travel.
Yeah, plus,
it just feels like they didn't think it through.
I don't think people brought about this movie they don't like is his best friend wasn't in it.
His what?
His best friend.
Oh yeah, Michael Pena's character.
Yeah.
Oh, another thing that people hated about this movie was MODOK, because MODOK is Darren Cross from the first Ant-Man, and yeah, he's stupid. His design is stupid, and literally he has no reason to be here because his story has almost no relevance to the Kang plot.
Yeah, I still want I want them to finish the Kang plot, even though instead of just writing it off because
apparently they wrote it off with the Loki series
because the actor got in trouble in real life.
Yeah, because the actor had legal problems, and that's the thing. I was gonna be like some of the movie's good merits. I was almost gonna let it get away with a 3 on Letterboxd, but no, I had to put it down to a lower end 2.5, just because of Marvel's short-sighted decision making. Like, the thing is, Kang's thing is that he's got millions of multiverse counterparts. Why couldn't you recast him?
Yeah.
Like, you've recasted people before, like freaking, you recasted War Machine, you recasted Hulk, you recasted General Ross, but you can't recast Kang for some reason. And
You give us this. You recasted Cassie in this movie.
yeah, they did. For some stupid reason, they didn't want to recast Kang, so they just decided to drop the story completely in favor of stunt casting Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom.
Which could have been a whole. Which could have been the next saga.
Yeah, after Kang. So the fact that they just rendered this movie pointless. Yeah, this movie is the worst MCU movie so far. Bar none.
Right.
So Guardians 3, it was a great way to end the Guardians trilogy. I mean, I'll say most of the show stealer is Rocket's backstory, obviously. Like, Rocket's story is 5-star material. And by extension, it makes the High Evolutionary one of the best MCU villains just for how punchable he is.
Yeah.
Like, did we cover Guardians 3 in another episode?
Yeah, we did the whole trilogy.
Right, okay. So, I don't have to cover Guardians 3 much here. I guess I could say this is meant to be a send-off for the original Guardians team, and yet they don't really do much for the Guardians other than Rocket and maybe Star-Lord.
Yeah, and they basically established that this Gamora is not the Gamora from before.
Yeah, because she's from the past. She came with Thanos from the past in Endgame, and she was just sort of left behind after Endgame's events. But yeah, Guardians 3 was a nice way to end the trilogy. I just kind of wish they gave more for the Guardians to do if this is the last time we're going to see them. Well, the original team anyway.
The teacher that Star will be back, and
they do tease that Star-Lord's going to be back, and like Rocket and Groot are still part of the team, but it's been implied that Drax, Mantis, and Nebula, we might not be seeing them again.
Yeah. Oh, Drax, I understand because the actress that want to play it. The actor said this is my last movie of the series. But I really wanted to see Mantis again. I think she's
well, hopefully we'll see them again because this was not a great send-off for them specifically.
Yeah.
All right, continue on. We're in the home stretch. So, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is a pretty powerful movie. Like, it improves on a lot of things that Into the Spider-Verse. Well, no, it improves on some things Into the Spider-Verse did. Like, it's got nice emotional weight regarding like how Miles has to hide his secret from his parents, and how Gwen's secret gets revealed to her dad. It also has really interesting commentary about status quo, and it questions if every version of Spider-Man needs to be interconnected by similar events. And they work it into the plot really well, like the whole canon event thing. And they make it to where nobody's really right or wrong. Like, Miles has his right to exist and be his own Spider-Man, despite him being a deviation from like the canon.
And I like the story where he said he goes home. He goes to his home. He goes to the spider that bit him's home.
Yeah, but then Miguel O'Hara also has a point, because if they don't follow the canon, the universe itself could unravel.
So the canon is every Spider-Man has to have a sad backstory or something.
Yeah, like key moments in their backstory.
Yeah, which I thought he had. But that doesn't make sense though. They like they want his father to die or something, but
Well, because
he
that's a
already had.
canon event.
But he already had one. His uncle died. The guy that played the that
Well, maybe they will work that in the next movie, but
yeah,
that gets into my major problem with Across the Spider-Verse, the
what's his name?
cliffhanger.
Yeah, what was the actor's? What was the kid? What was that? What's the name? I can't remember his name now.
Who?
The character that his uncle plays, his villain name.
Prowler.
Yeah, yeah. He died in the first one. I thought that would have been his, tragic backstory relative
Well,
dies.
they established that canon events are more than just a few people, or like a couple of people, key people dying.
But yeah.
But yeah, like that might be his like. Oh, never mind. But yeah, so my big problem with this movie is the massive cliffhanger ending. Like, it does not end naturally at all. Like, it ends on such a massive cliffhanger, and the thing is, maybe it wouldn't have stung so much if they, because originally the next movie, Beyond the Spider-Verse, was supposed to release last year. Currently, the movie hasn't even started major production yet. It's estimated it's going to come in 2027 at the earliest.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the next Spider-Man movie. It was supposed to be out this year, I think.
Like, they keep butting heads in the writer's room as to what they want to do, and it's getting to a point where now that the Sony Spider-Man universe is dead, they have to Sony has to march executives in and basically force the lead writers to get their shit together, because this is getting ridiculous. Like, 2027 is a generous estimate. More realistic estimates put it at 2029. And all the while, we have this painful cliffhanger. Because they were so damn confident the next movie was coming that soon. But yeah, other than that, Across the Spider-Verse is still a great movie. But still. Okay, so the Marvels, I will say, was more fun than the first movie. Like, it goes back to giving Captain Marvel, like, less of a Mary Sue characterization than what Endgame portrayed her as. And,
Yep.
like, really, the best, like, this movie is overall fine.
Yeah.
Like, easily the thing that makes it enjoyable is the dynamic between the three Marvels themselves. But the big problem, yeah.
Also, it's another example of this is not a sequel to the movie. That's all a sequel to the TV series.
Yeah, like, really, the big problem with this movie is that it tries to tell so much plot without much time to tell it. And it doesn't help that, yeah, it's another one of those movies that requires a lot of homework outside it. You have the Ms. Marvel show, and I guess Monica Rambeau's stories in WandaVision.
And then also after this, only for a time after, is the Clone Wars saga. Was it Clone Wars or not? That's like Star Trek. Oh, sorry, Star Wars. But this what's that movie? What's that series called?
Secret Invasion. You mean the
Yeah,
Skrulls?
yeah. That's happened after this too, or that happened
Yeah,
after
and
this.
then in the middle of the movie, like, Valkyrie shows up, I think, to take some random refugees somewhere, and she appears so abruptly, and she's in a freaking business suit. She was so unrecognizable as Valkyrie from the Thor movies, that is. I'm like, who the hell is that? Like, did Valkyrie do something in the Disney Plus shows that I'm not aware of?
I haven't really seen most of the Disney Plus shows. I gotta
Like,
watch them
well, that's
someday.
my question. And it's like, yeah, like this movie was like clearly showing how much homework they were requiring outside the movies in order to even get a lick of understanding of the plot. That said, the movie's still fine. Like it's like kind of dumb fun. Like the three Marvels are endearing to watch together. And I will say the post-credit scene did get me really excited because the post-credit scene has Monica Rambeau wake up in the X-Men universe with Kelsey Grammer back as Beast.
And then they tried to do another post-credit scene, the other one where they tried to start recruiting the Young Avengers together.
Oh.
Yeah, you see it.
I didn't see the other post-credit scene. I only saw the X-Men one.
Oh, then I won't tell you if you want to hear about spoilers.
I mean, it doesn't really matter now, but
well, the young Marvel, like
Miss Marvel,
Miss Marvel, appeared to the girl from the Hawkeye series.
I think I may have forgotten about that actually.
And she pulled like a Doctor Nick Fury. Hi, I came to recruit you.
Well, still, like the thing that got me most excited was the Beast cameo, but I honestly thought it was set up for Deadpool and Wolverine. It wasn't. Like, and so far they haven't followed up on that. And honestly, with how much of a mess the MCU has become lately, I don't know if they will follow up on it. Oh my god, it's madaming time. It was about a year ago that I saw this movie in theaters with my friend DL Jado.
Yeah, I think people I think a lot of people between this for them it's between this and Quantumania is the worst movie.
Me, like it's pretty far down. It's the third worst not MCU because it's not MCU related. It's the third worst Marvel movie with only Man-Thing and Fantastic behind it. Like, I honestly went, like, I'm gonna shamelessly promote DL Jado's channel here if you don't mind.
You can put it in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat. Because I went into this movie in great detail with him in a vlog right after we saw it in theaters. And yeah, basically, this movie is. You can't, like, they try to set up, like, these Spider Women, and, like, they try to set up Madam Web as, like, a mentor to them. But, yeah, like, Madam Web is such an unlikable character because she keeps trying to abandon the girls to fend for themselves against a guy who's trying to kill them. And, like, really, this movie as a story just utterly fails. And the only value it has for me is that it's at least riffably bad. Like, it's stupid in a way to where you can riff it with a friend.
Yeah. I think that's what this is supposed to be like the origin of Spider-Man, the baby.
Oh, on that subject, they have baby Peter Parker born at the end. They never say his name. And Ben, Uncle Ben, a young Uncle Ben is in this movie, and he mentions marrying a woman. All he does is give a knowing smile when Madam Web asks for her name. They don't want to say Aunt May either. And in the vlog that I posted in the chat, I openly speculated that's because it's in the contract with Marvel Studios that Sony can't mention Peter Parker or May Parker by name. But yeah, if you want to hear more about Madam Web, I'm shamelessly promoting that vlog I put in chat. Like, this movie is not good, but yeah, I still think Man-Thing and Fantastic are worst. Oh, we're already on Deadpool and Wolverine. Holy crap.
This is the penultimate. We're the penultimate.
So, yeah, freaking Deadpool and Wolverine, I'll say the story was kind of a mess. Like, the way they, like, again, it requires extra homework because the Loki show is what you need to know about the TVA. But really, the movie, it was a lot more heartfelt to watch after coming back to it from watching the Marvel binge. Like, the point of the movie is to be a love letter to all the Marvel movies that came before the MCU for all their ups and downs. Like, we're never going to get that era back, so this movie was just sort of a swan song for it. Like, obviously we have Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. We got like the cameos from like the glorified cameos from Jennifer Garner, Channing Tatum, Wesley Snipes, Daphne Keane, Chris Evans, a few other people like the guy who played Pyro in X-Men 2 and 3.
A cameo from Happy Hogan.
Yeah, Happy Hogan. Yeah, like, I really wish they got Thomas Jane's Punisher too. And apparently there was a plan to get Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider, but they didn't go through with that. And yeah, like, the dynamic between Deadpool and Wolverine was great. Like, easily this is the second best multiverse movie for as messy as its plot can be at times. And yeah, it's just kind of a sad little swan song in the end because I think Ryan Reynolds himself said that there might not be another solo Deadpool movie.
Sucks because this is the last Marvel movie I saw in the theaters. Actually, that's the movie I saw in the theaters. Period. I haven't seen the movie in a few months.
Wow. But yeah, like, they have like a montage in the credits of like behind the scenes footage, like all those old Marvel movies, and that kind of thing just brings a tear to the eye. So like Deadpool and Wolverine just kind of delivered on being that swan song.
Yeah.
So
all right. And now the finale of this list.
yeah, because I have not seen Craven. Because that movie is apparently even worse than Madam Web, and I was not going to the theater to see that alone.
I didn't even see that. I didn't know that came out. I didn't know that already came out.
Yeah, well, most people don't know it came out, and good, because Craven's not a good movie. And at time of recording, Captain America Brave New World has not released yet. So,
yeah, at the time of this recording, it should be out in about 7 days, 6-7 days.
Yeah. So, Venom: The Last Dance remains the newest Marvel flick I've seen in theaters, and again, it's a really dumb movie. Like, it's dumb because this is very clearly meant to be the end of the Venom trilogy. Like, basically Eddie and Venom's relationship comes full circle and it ends. That's the way I can put it. And at the same time, they try to have their cake and eat it too, because the villain of the movie, Null, they try to establish Null as this huge threat who's apparently going to persist in future movies when this is the last movie in the trilogy. Like, again, you don't come to this movie for the story because it's pretty stupid. You come to it for the dynamic between Eddie and Venom, and it's still solid on that front. Like, if you're ready to turn your brain off and have fun, like, you might enjoy this. Although, I will say your mileage may vary, because I had a couple of friends who really did not like this movie. So, yeah.
And with that, that wraps up the thing. All right,
Yep.
so what's of all these movies? What's your top three?
My top three would be Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, Logan, and Avengers Infinity War. If you
What's
want
order?
if you want me to expand that to my top 10, number 4 is Spider-Man 2, 5 is No Way Home, 6 is Days of Future Past, 7 is the original Spider-Man from 2002, 8 is Across the Spider-Verse, 9 is X-Men First Class, and 10 is Spider-Man Homecoming.
All right, so what was your what order was your number three? The first three. What was that order in?
My first three, Into the Spider-Verse, number 1, Logan,
Okay.
number 2, Infinity War, number 3.
Hey, and what your bottom three? Your bottom 10.
My bottom 10 would be, well, we'll start from, so 10th place would be Blade Trinity. 9th place would be Hulk 2003. 8th would go to Dark Phoenix. 7th to Morbius. 6th to Ghost Rider, Spirit of Vengeance, the second one.
Mm-hmm.
5th to Elektra. 4th to Howard the Duck. 3rd to Madam Web. 2nd to Man Thing. And 1st, the worst of them all, Fantastic. I don't know where Craven's going to go, but I'm pretty sure Craven is going to take Blade Trinity's spot. And I think Craven might go 3rd place, or if I had to put Craven in a spot, like predicting based on what I know, it'll probably go between Madam Web and Man Thing. But that's based on what I know. I don't know.
I guess I'll see. It was in a few episodes, in the future episode. I guess we'll see where you put Brave New World.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be visiting DL Jado in the summer with my friend Miles, and inevitably I might have to watch Craven there. So,
anything coming up on your channel that you want to advertise?
well, we're gonna be doing a live stream series for DL Jado's channel on a game called Skull and Bones. Because we just wrapped up a live stream series on Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Other than that, I don't got much planned. I mean, maybe just random gameplay stuff every now and then.
Yeah. Well,
or SFF stuff if I can actually will myself to make it.
Yeah. Well, I've been streaming a lot on my Twitch channel lately. Go check my Twitch channel, same name, Twitch channel out. But next Saturday on this channel, we will be talking about Allosaurus dinosaurs.
That's cool.
All right. I'd like to be on again.
I'm glad I got to finally appear on an episode this year. Figured it was overdue.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think this might be our longest episode ever.
Oh my, I'm sorry.
4 hours. I think the last one was 3.5 hours or less.
Wasn't the KH lore one longer?
I think it was two. It was 2 and something. It was 2. I think it was like. I look it up real fast, but I think it was like 2+ hours. I gotta look it up now. Yep.
Well, I'm sorry for making this too long.
Yeah, that's what chapters are for, and shorts.
All right.
I gotta look this up now. Got me curious. I'll talk about it. Also, I'm uploading a review of the Constitution too, so check it out. But I don't know. I don't know. I think it was 2.5. I think it was about 2.5 hours. But anyways, enough rambling on.
Yeah.
Never stop learning. Enjoy the randomness. I will see you next time. Bye. Hey, thanks for watching my podcast or Let's Play. If you want to help support my channel, you can make a monthly or yearly pledge on Patreon, or just a one-time donation on Vimeo, PayPal, or Cash App. For those looking for something to wear, we have some shirts, hats, and other stylish things in our merch store. If you enjoy gaming, you can always follow and sub to me on Twitch. For those who don't want to give money, I have an Amazon and Steam wish list who can help the channel out. And of course, just liking, leaving a comment, and sharing this video helps more than you can imagine. And always remember to never stop learning and enjoy the randomness.